to know about it. His historical, his social, his cultural, his literary background you have to learn. Then after the backgrounds and his poetry, then if you learn the poetry, then that will be easier. Then in the fourth point, are the frontispieces in the various blocks meant to teach me, add a facet to my understanding of the age and its poetic output, or are they just to improve the aesthetic appeal of the blocks? So the question is, how do you read the poetry? The poetry, when you read the poetry, you will learn about the historical background. So then one example is given, Tulsidas Ramcharit Manas, that you can see. So there is a paragraph that you can see it, that is written in Hindi. One stanza is written in Hindi, Tulsidas. Then one example is given. In that example, Ram, Lakshman, Sita, all the things are given that you can study it yourself, you can understand. Now you come to the examining two portraits. What are the two portraits that you have to examine, what you have to study? One is the expose. So how do you expose when you read about the poetry? Suppose you say that I will show you a picture to you, Saraswati, Ganesh. So from the picture, then you can understand what I wanted to express. When I say that Saraswati, I wanted to tell about the knowledge. I wanted to share about the education, like this. Saraswati stands for. But when you say the Ganesh, that you know that Ganesh Puja. So any picture, any image that stands for certain meaning. So picture, image that that exposes certain meaning, and from that picture, from that image, the writers or the poets, they can write. So if you want to become a poet, suppose you want to become a poet, you just enjoy the outside world, you can experience it, then you can write poetry, beautiful poetry you can write. So what is poetry? Poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. So when you have powerful feelings, then automatically or spontaneously that will come in the form of written. So there are two things. Poetry comes through your heart, but science comes through your mind. Means science is an intellectual thing. Poetry is an emotional thing. So poetry, our literature is always concerned with our heart, emotion, feelings. So poetry is that. So that is the expose, means so whatever you see that you can expose. Then you come to, there is a word, the shepherd. So in the ancient time, those were the poets, basically, they were the shepherds because they were moving here and there, they were roaming, and they are with their sheep, and they are in the grassland, they are nearby the jungle, and they enjoy, and they are writing, they are interacting with their animal world, or you say they're interacting with their natural world, and they turn into a poet. So basically, those are the early poets, their background is shepherd. But nowadays, most of the professional people have turned into poets. Professor of English, professor of any other subject, they have turned into poet. Or academicians, any intellectual person, they are poet. But earlier time, ancient time, the poets, their profession were only shepherd. So who is the first poet of English? That you can check it, Caedmon. In your notebook, you can check in the page number 3, it is given. The first English poet, Caedmon, 670 AD. This is very important. What was he? Now he was a shepherd. The first English poet was a shepherd. What was his profession? He was a shepherd. But in the 21st century, you find the poets are intellectual persons. The poets are academicians. The poets are professionals. The poets are very literate persons, right? Educated persons. But in ancient time, in 670 AD, just imagine how many years back. So there was a poet, Caedmon. He was a shepherd because he was going with his sheep nearby the jungle, and then he watches the nature, mountain, fountains, trees, rivers, and sky, and the animal world. Then his feelings comes to his mind, emotions come to his heart, and he was writing the poetry, right? So this is the note that you can notice the first English poet was Caedmon in 670 AD. Then, so there was a line. Do you know how Caedmon is believed to have begun writing poetry? So Caedmon, according to BD, was an unlearned herdsman. So there is a quotation one is given that you can see. So ignorant of singing was he that sometimes at feast, where it was a custom that for the pleasure of all his guests should sing in turn. Then he would rise from the table when he saw the harp coming to him and go home ashamed. Now it happened. So in this way, this is the text which is given in your study material that you can go through it. How Caedmon, that is the text of. Then after you can go through this, the text, all the text you will go through this. After that, you come to, there is a point in the page number 6, nature, country, and artistic inspiration. I told you that in the ancient time, those were the poets, their profession was shepherd. But then how do the shepherd become the poet? Because they carry their sheep to the nearby the jungle, and they carry to the mountain area, fountain area, and they imagine, they see the nature, outer world. From the outer world, they get the inspiration. They get the pleasure. They enjoy the nature, and after enjoying the nature, their one feelings come to their mind, and emotion come to their heart, for which they were writing the poetry. That is why the first English poet, Caedmon, was the first English poet. So he was a shepherd. When he was a shepherd, how he started writing poetry in the ancient time? The poetry came through the experiences of nature. When you see the nature, you write the poetry. Suppose you go in a morning walk. You go for a morning walk. You saw some of the birds are flying in the sky and they are encircled. So you can write a poetry. You can write a poem on the birds or the morning walk. You can write. So whenever you see, whenever you experience any type of things, then you can turn into a poet. Unless and until you feel it, experience it, realize it, you cannot turn into a poet. So the shepherd, they saw the nature, country, rural area. Here country stands for rural area, not urban area. And artistic inspiration. These are the three terms that you say, nature. So that is why William Wordsworth told that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. And he also told that nature is our teacher. William Wordsworth, you know, he's a great poet, great British romantic poet. He defined poetry like this. So poetry is the spontaneous meaning automatic, overflow, powerful feeling. When you have powerful feelings, your feelings will overflow through your emotion, right? So how? He said that nature is our teacher, nature. So when you see the nature, what is the nature? That you surround mountain, fountain, river, clouds, anything. That is nature. When you see a river is flowing in the rainy days and you are watching over the beach, then you can write a poetry. You can write. If you see the jungle, mountain, fountain, anything that you can see, you can write poetry, right? So that is the nature. Then what is country? Country means extremely rustic area, rural area. So if you go to the rural area, then you can get many historical, many cultural, many social backgrounds you can get it, or new experience you can get. So this nature and this rural area, that will provide you inspiration, means enjoyment, artistic inspiration, artistic feelings, so that you can write the poetry. So that is why Wordsworth's example is given, and he has written poetry, The Prelude. That poem is given in your notebook, and then there one picture is given. You can see a picture is given, a young lady beneath a tree from Dara Siko's album. This is, so when someone is standing under a tree, she watches to the nature, and that nature gives the inspiration, artistic inspiration to write poetry. So then, So this is the way how the poetry was developed in the ancient time, right? Then another point is given, the woman holding a string instrument. So this one you can go through it, you can understand carefully. Then you come to our rhythm. Then you can go. So overall, in this unit, you will get an overall idea how in ancient time the poets write the poetry. In the ancient time, the poets came from very rural background, typically from the rural, and their profession is shepherd. Their profession is they carry to the sheep to the nearby the jungle, and they sit under a tree, and they enjoy. They realize, they experience the mountain, fountain, sky, trees, animal world, and they feel it, and automatically, very spontaneously, they turn into in the form of poetry. So this is a very historical background of this section, and only theoretical one, how the poetry in ancient time the poets were writing the poetry. But now you come to the unit 2. This is very, very important. So what is the unit 2? Just you see a prelude to the study of poetry. So please note it down. What is a prelude? A prelude is an action or event. A prelude is an action or event serving as an introduction to something more important. Once again, a prelude is an action or event serving as an introduction to something which is more important. So you can say that it is the introduction. Prelude stands for the introduction. So introduction to the study of poetry. In the first unit, we came to know that how the poetry came in the ancient time in 670 AD. Caedmon is the first English poet. He was a shepherd. In the second unit, you will get prelude to the study of poetry. Prelude means introduction. So just imagine. So here, I will just tell you that this is the best book for you. The cost is very low. In my time, it was only 50 rupees. When I was a student of English literature honors level, it was only 50 rupees. This is the book that you can note it down. So Indian author, the world press. So the book title is Principles of English Rhetoric and Prosody, M. Chakrabarty. So this is the book. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is one of the best book for this one. So this is Indian author M. Chakrabarty. And when I was a student of English honors in the year 1994 to 1996, I was a student of English honors. 94 to 1996. But now you see the book is there. But nothing is, because I have kept the book very carefully. So literature students are generally, they love to the books and they keep the books very carefully. So second, what is in this, just you check it. Now you open the structure of this second unit. Objectives, introduction, the reading of literature. So here, reading of literature, writing and reading as historical act. I am always telling you that whenever you read the poetry, you try to understand the history and the historical background, social background, cultural background of the writer. If you know about the historical background, cultural background, social background of the writer, then you can easily understand, right? So, then subjectivity of a work of art. What is the subjectivity? Personal feelings. The specular moment of literature from the writer's text and the reader's work. So the second 2.3 versification and grammar poet. This is very, very important. So how can you differentiate between poetry and prose? What is prose and what is poetry? How can you differentiate? In a prose is written in a paragraph. Poetry is written in a stanza form. right? So what is the most important thing in a prose? A prose is guided by the grammatical structure. Whenever you are writing a paragraph, whenever you are writing a sentence, it follows the rules and principles of grammar. Without grammar, you cannot write the prose. You cannot write an essay, anything. So prose is guided by the grammar. So similarly, poetry is guided by these things: prosody, meter, metres, scansion. So these are the grammar of poetry. That is why written versification, the grammar of poetry. So when you read a prose passage, if the sentences are grammatical, ungrammatical, then you cannot derive the meaning. Similarly, in a poetry, you find prosody, meter, and scansion. This is very important and very not easy to understand. It is very not at all. No, I can say that it is too difficult, not at all. But it is a technical thing. You have to. If you read it 10 times, you cannot understand. But if you attend the class, you can understand within 10 minutes. So that is the problem I was also facing when I was a student. So what is the basic difference between prose and poetry? The difference between poetry and prose are many. First difference is poetry has a metrical pattern, meter, rhythm, rhyme scheme. Poetry has rhythm, rhyme scheme, meter. But whereas the prose has grammatical pattern, but prose has no rhythm, right? Secondly, while clarity is the supreme virtue in prose, clarity, when you read a passage, when you read a paragraph, you can understand very clearly. But when you read the poetry, you have to predict the word meanings, predict the situation, but the meaning is very figurative, very literary meanings are there. Then you have to understand the text, then you find the literal meaning. But in a prose, easily you can get the meaning. Thirdly, in poetry, you find emotion, feelings, sentiment. But in a prose, you cannot find it. For a prose is only factual data are there. So in the language of poetry is more figurative than the prose. So this is the basic difference between the poetry and the prose. So as you know that grammar is to prose, similarly, prosody, meter, scansion, versification is the grammar of the poetry. Prose grammar, poetry prosody, meter, scansion, all these things, right? So then the question arises, here is a term you can find, what is prosody? Please note it down. I am dictating. The word prosody is derived from the word prosoidia, Prosoidia, prosodia, which means tone, tone, or accent, accent, or song, 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 song to music. Full stop. It also means the systematic study of versification, including that of metrical structure, comma, rhyme, rhyme, and stanza. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Then another line, the main purpose of prosody, PROSODI, the main purpose of prosody, however, is to treat of the large LAWS or principles that govern the structure of verses or lines of poetry. Okay. So now you come to your model, your line, you come to your unit 2 material, page number. Let me tell you. Page number. Page number 8. Just open your page number 8. Right now, please share me a screenshot. Right now, 1 minute break and you take your screenshot. Right now, you take a screenshot and share me. Because
Sir, now it's 20 students are joining
yes,
this live section. But before that, I have taken a screenshot in which 23 students have joined.
Okay, but at 8:40 you take and share it, no problem. This is the less number of students right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, take it. So when the maximum students are there, you please take a screenshot and you share it me, because I have to intimate to the regional center that the following students have joined, right? Okay.
The screenshot has
So
been
now
shared,
you come. Okay. Now you come to page number 8 of your study material. That is prosody, meter, and scansion. Are you getting it or not? Tell me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Try to understand. Already I have discussed with you prosody. That part of grammar which deals with laws governing the structure of verse is called prosody. I have dictated this. In prose, grammar. In poetry, that is prosody. Prosody, in a prose, that is a paragraph. But in poetry, that is stanza. In poem, you find rhymes, rhythm, music, etc. But in prose, you do not find. In poetry, we find emotion. But in prose, you find reason, fact, and data. So this is, if the question will come, what is prosody? And this is the answer is given here. Then you come to the meter. This is very, very important. What is meter? Now you note it down, because I will dictate it in a very easy language. The word meter is derived from the word metron, 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 which means measure, MEASURE, which means measure. Okay, full stop. In prosody, it means the measured, patterned, PATTERNED, arrangement of syllables, SYLLABLES, BLES syllables according to stress. Okay. Full stop. So now you try to understand. I will tell a word. For example, I will tell a word an, A-N. In this word, you find one syllable, an, because one pause. I will tell a word across, across. It has two syllables, across. So across word has two syllables, but an has one syllable. I will tell another word, student, student, student. It has two syllables. I'll tell one word, examination. Examination. How many syllables? 5. Examination. So when you say that, so this is called syllable. A word is divided into many syllables, right? So in a syllable, you find at least one vowel must be there, right? And one syllable is very prominent in a word. So this is called meter. So now you come to scansion. There is a word scansion. In your page number 8C, you find there is a word that is called scansion. Are you getting it or not?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
getting it or not?
What, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So please note it down, first one line. Scansion means the art of art of dividing a verse, VERSE. Verse means what a line of poetry की कौन सी verse into feet, FEET, or measures of which it is composed. Right? So this is called the scansion. So scansion means that of dividing a box into feet or measures which is composed. So let me read out a poem. You have read a poem, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. This is one line. How I wonder what you are. This is the second line. So first line is first verse, second line is second verse, and each line, twinkle, twinkle, little star, what, how I wonder what you are. A how, a जो divide है, how I wonder what you are. A जो division था, a जो in a line, a division, that is called fit. Foot the plural है fit. FOOT. So foot है one, fit है more. Plural ta. So the way you divide a line, that is called scansion, right? So now you check in your notebook, in your material, there is a scansion, the word is given. In general parlance, to scan is to look intently at all parts successfully. Radars cause particular regions to be traversed by a controlled beam. In prosody, scansion refers to metrical scanning of verse. When a unit of verse, a foot, I told, a foot, a line, I told, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. A last line, की first line, how I wonder what you are. It's a line of when you break, when you divide, this is called a line of verse, and this is division is called foot, line or stanza. How a stanza is divided. So this is scanned with the help of symbols. The meter can be seen as well as heard. This one will come in the exam. These symbols you have to remember and you have to practice. What are the symbols? Now you see, we make use of few symbols in order to scan a passage in verse. And sometimes also the case of prose. The symbols are shown below. So now you check what are the symbols. Open your copy and you write the first symbol, how the symbol is written. First symbol, name of the symbol, purpose of the symbol. 1 second. Symbol, then name of the symbol, metrical stressed syllable. So first symbol, just a little bit slant to the right, like this. You practice it in your copy so that it will be easy to understand. This symbol is known as the acute accent. Then what is the purpose? Metrically stressed syllables. This is the purpose. Then second symbol is just like the letter U. So what is the name of the symbol? The brevi. And metrically weak syllable. First one is metrically stressed, means strong syllable. Second is weak. First is strong, second is weak. You can compare, you can write. The acute accent, it is brevi. Third one is just a line, straight line, vertical. It is a single line, a division between feet. How? I, wonder, what, you are. In the division, break. Then you come to the double line. A double line that is caesura or pause in a line. Pause when stop. If you stop somewhere else, you are reading a line, long line, you are reading a poem. In a poetry, there is a long line. You are taking pause, stop. Just like in a prose, you are using comma. Bhubaneswar, comma, the capital of Odisha, comma, is a temple city. So this is a long sentence and divided by the comma. In poetry, how do you take the pause? 2 lines. I think all of you understood how I compare with prose and poetry.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you have to practice this symbol. Then a symbol is A. So what is the name of the symbol? A rest. And then a syllable metrically expected but not actually present. So these are the symbols you have to practice. The question will come, prosody, meter, matrix, scansion, and the examples. These are the theoretical questions that answer is given in your, the answer is given here. Then you can easily understand. Then now you come to next point, syllable stress or accent syllabic meter. So there is a term. Now you check, the smallest unit of meter is a poetry's foot. Foot is a very smallest unit. Just like that English language got a word combines with a letter. I mean like bus, B-U-S. This is a word, but the word is the combination of letter. Similarly, a meter is a combination of foot. So the smallest meter in poetry is foot. Suppose you say word, what combines letters. Similarly, meter is the combination of foot. So a foot in prosody is a pattern of phonetically stressed and non-stressed level. The 4 principles of feet found in the English words are illustrated. So there are 4 types of foot. One is iambic, second one is stroky, third one is anapest, fourth one is dactyl. So what is iambic? Iambic, suppose there is a word written appear, behold, attack, supply. So the word appear, first symbol ta eibhali achi. Here, emti gote achi. Seta hala on stress. Eita hala tomar stress. Now you check the rule, first jo symbol thila. U, eta hala metrically weak. a slant line that is metrically strong. Tell me first one, appear. Tell me how do you read this line? Appear. It is a slow, peer, it is a high sound. So the behold, behold. A first symbol is slow, like this. Second is high. So that is why the word is written. If it is the combination of on stress and stress, weak and strong, that is called iambic. Combination of weak followed by strong. So now you come to trochee. Trochee is just the opposite of iambic. First a strong, then a weak. Tiger, tiger. Holy, offer, grander. So first is strength, then weak. So I hope that you understood what is iambic and trochee. In iambic, the foot is the combination of weak followed by strong, but in trochee, strong followed by weak. I think these two clear?
Clear, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, now you come to anapest and dactyl. In anapest, first two are weak, third one is stress. Understand, understand. So understand. So this is a three-syllabic word, understand, right? So first two weak and next one is strong. Next, colonnade. First two weak, then strong, weak, strong. So first two weak, then strong. Just dactyl is just the opposite of anapest. First strong, then followed by two weak. Desperate, messenger, property, infamous. So anapest and dactyl, just the reverse. Similarly, iambic and trochee, similar pattern. This is called syllable stress or accent syllabic meter. You will practice at your home. Then iambic meter, and let me go forward. And after that, you study it yourself very carefully. The one example poetry is given of John Keats in the page number 14. Page number 14. And then the meters, so many examples are given, Dryden's poetry and anapest, so many examples are given. You just practice it at your home. It is not possible to discuss all the things. Then I will just, then you go ahead wherever I find. Okay, so I hope that you can understand this. You need to, after attending my class, and you will go through the notes very carefully. If you have doubt, then you will interact. So now you come to unit 3. Please come to the unit 3. So in the unit 3, did you understand the unit 1 and unit 2?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good, very good. Yes. So now you come to the age of Chaucer. So I have already told you that who is the Chaucer? Chaucer is the father of English poetry. Chaucer is the father of English poetry. So what is the full form, full name? Geoffrey Chaucer. Geoffrey Chaucer is the father of English poetry. Right? So Chaucer was born in 1340 and died in 1400. How many years? 1340 and 1400. Tell me how many years?
60 years.
Tell me. 60 years, right? So then Chaucer is known as the father of English poetry, right? So then he was influenced by, his poetry has 3 periods. Chaucer's career 3 periods. One is the French period, second one is the Italian period, and third one is the British period or the English period of Chaucer. So third period is very, very highlighted. First, rather than to the past two, the French period or the Italian period. right? Then the British period is very highlighted. So at that time, what happens? The people were writing the poetry. So they are writing the folk literature, oral literature. The Chaucer wrote it in the text form. And he's not only the father of English poetry, he's also the father of modern English. The people say he's the father of modern English also, right? So he transforms, he gives a very new reform to the English literature. That is why he's known as the father of English poetry as well as father of modern English. So he has used 3 meters in his poetry. One is ottava rhyming. Please note it down. OTTAVA, OTTAVA, ottava rhyme. First, he uses this rhyme scheme, ottava rhyme. What is this? So, hyphen, ottava rhyme, you can make a hyphen and then you write. He used the 8 syllabic. He used the 8 syllabic line rhyming with couplets. Couplet means 2 line. A stanza consists of 2 line. In first line 8 syllable, second line 8. First line 8 रहेगा, second line 8 रहेगा. दीटांक sound last दिटा sound same रहेगा. For example, गीता रीता, sun moon, एटा कहते couplet. Same sound. Last को sun moon. Each line 8 syllable रहेगा. 88 syllable, 88 syllable. ताको कौन थी ottava rima he used. Secondly, secondly he uses that is called heroic couplet. He is the user of heroic couplet. HEROIC. Heroic couplet. COUPLET. Heroic couplet. And third one, he uses that is called the Rima Royal. RHYMAROYAL. So he is the user of these 3 meters. We have already learned what is a meter, what is prosody, what is this. So ottava rima, heroic couplet, and Rima Royal. He is the master of this. Then you have to study about his poetry and about his stories. So he's popularly known as for his poetry because he is father of poetry, father of English poetry, and he is extremely well known as the Canterbury Tales. So you study these stories, Canterbury Tales, as a mirror of life of the age. So Canterbury Tales. So each text you have to study it very carefully. So when you study about the Geoffrey Chaucer, you read the life history of the Geoffrey Chaucer. Who is Geoffrey Chaucer? Then you read about their meters, rhymes. Then you read about his works. What are the works? That is given in your syllabus. The Canterbury Tales, the name of the poems, the individual poem you read, and the stories you will read. Okay. So it is not possible to discuss all the details in this class because this is an orientation class, or you say counseling class. Will just guide you how to prepare yourself for the exam. You will read the Roman Days, La Rose. You will read other poems. You will read the Canterbury Ghost. These are Canterbury Tales. You have to study it yourself. You have to make a self-study and you prepare. So in this way, I discussed with you block 1 and unit 4, unit 5. They are all about unit 5 is about Canterbury Tales. Canterbury Tales, you can understand his stories. Unit 5. Then in unit 6, you will find the 2 stories, tales are there. The Nonni Presti, tale 1, and unit 7, that is the tale 2. So in this way, you have to prepare yourself. I hope that all of you understand in this class. In a very stipulated time, I have to give a brief idea, precise idea clear, then you can understand. So now the time is going to over. I have to go to the university at 9:30. I have to also class there. Then, dear students, please join tomorrow. More number of students. I am expecting more number of students. And tomorrow class, I will discuss block 2. And it is your duty and responsibility. You read the text very carefully at your home. You study about the Chaucer's stories, Chaucer's poetry, individual poems, individual. If I will explain one by one story and poem, it will take a long time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now
Yes,
I'm
sir.
audible. Clearly audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you open your syllabus if you have. That is block 2. In block 2, we have 4 units. Unit 8, Unit 9, Unit 10, and Unit 11. Right? There are 4 units we have to discuss. So in the 4 units, in the first unit, we have to discuss the Renaissance age, which is from 1485 to 1560. Then Unit 9, Edmund Spenser, the name of the poet, British poet. Then Spenser's poetry, the Amoretti Sonnets. This is the name of a book or the collection of poem books. In that book, you have to read 3 poems. Sonnet 34, Sonnet 67, Sonnet 77. I have shared the Sonnet 34 with one student whose WhatsApp number is ended with 050. I have shared it, that poem.
Okay, sir. I got it.
Okay, I have shared with only one student, and he will share
Okay,
with
sir.
all. So when I will teach, then that will be easier to understand. That's why I have shared only one poem. Later on, I am also sharing with the other 2 poems. Right now, please wait, and he will share with all other students. All right. Okay, please wait. I am sharing with the text. Sonnet 67. I am sharing with only one student, and he will share with all because it is very difficult. Okay, now I said the Sonnet 67 with one student only. I don't know. Could you please tell me your
Yes,
name,
sir. I got
please?
it.
Your name, please?
Purna Chandra Patra, sir.
Purnachandra Patra. So, all of you,
Yes, sir. I
please
got it.
note it, and Purnachandra will share with you.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay. Because
Excuse me, sir.
unless and until you have the text poem with you, how can I explain you? So that is why I'm sharing with only one student. You know, there's an online mode. Okay, you have to cooperate me. I told in my so
Sir, you can
okay, I
create a
say
WhatsApp group and share there.
right.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes,
Sir,
sir. Sir,
sir,
please,
you can
sir,
create a
please.
WhatsApp group and share there. In that way,
So
every student can get it.
I understood. So you create a group and you can make me. You can add me there, right?
Sir,
After my
sir,
class.
please,
Yes.
please, sir, please
Please
ask
take.
all the
Sir,
phone numbers,
sir,
sir, in
please.
this group.
Purnachandra will create the group,
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
you take his number, and he will form the groups, and you will be there. While teaching, I will share with that group so that it will be easier. Purnachandra, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
So
sir, please,
one will come for.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. I will create.
sir, please advise to everyone to share their mobile number, sir. That's why they can create an WhatsApp group, sir.
Okay. So this job.
Excuse me, you can create
Yeah.
a group and give us the link. We can join using that link. You can create a group,
Automatically.
then yeah, you can share the
Okay.
group
Which one?
link in the
My
WhatsApp.
question is, which one is better for you? You do it because you are the learners. You are more active than I.
Previous,
Right.
excuse me, sir.
So
Excuse me,
yes,
sir.
yes.
Previous evening, that last class, the teacher also created a WhatsApp group and share a link and we all join there. So it will be
Now, this is
better
the
to
official
see.
group. We have to join here.
Yes, sir.
For the classroom, we have to join here. For material sharing, I can cooperate you. Right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So right now I have given the sonnets 34, sonnet 67, sonnet 77 to Purnachandra I have shared. Then in the unit 11, that is Spencer's poetry, the epithalamion and prothalamion. So we have to discuss today. This is very carefully and critically we have to discuss. So one thing I have told in my last class, please share the screenshot. Right now you take one screenshot and share with my WhatsApp group, and then when the class will run around 8:45, you will share another, or when the maximum students will join, you will share another. Please take a screenshot of this class. Please, one of you take and share it. Right? I think Shaman has taken, and the number of participants 32, right? Okay, when if you find more number of students are joining, you can take a snapshot and you give, because we have to submit this
There are
attendance
38
to
students. There are 38 students attending the class.
38.
38.
Right now, I think that is 30. Okay.
No, currently 38.
38. Okay, very good. So whenever you find maximum number of students, you please take a snapshot and you share it in my group, because I have to submit it in the regional center, right, for the attendance. Okay, now you come to our discussion. First, you come to the Renaissance age. What is the Renaissance age? Please remember, what do you mean by Renaissance? Please note it down, some points I will dictate. Then you will write what is the Renaissance. Then please open your copy. Then you write, what do you mean by the Renaissance? Renaissance means reawakening, reformation, and revival. Right? The Renaissance, you just note it down in a copy. The Renaissance is a French word. The Renaissance is a French word which means rebirth. Rebirth, comma, revival, or reawakening. So there are the three words. So this Renaissance word is derived from the French word, which means rebirth, meaning recreate, revival, regained. Reawakening means it is asleep and it comes up. It was there and it comes up. It was both a revival. Please note it down. Some points you have to write down, otherwise you cannot clear. It was both a revival of ancient classical mythology. Ancient classical mythology, comma, literature and culture, as well as a reawakening, of the human mind. Reawakening of the human mind after the long sleep, of the dark Middle Ages. The dark Middle Ages, to the wonder, the glory and the beauty, of the human body,
Sir, can you please
of the
repeat it?
to the wonder, the glory and the beauty of the human body and the world of nature. Right? Full stop. It was a rediscovery. By mankind of himself and of the world. Full stop. It was a revival. Of the culture of beauty. Particularly the beauty of nature and the beauty of art and literature. Right? The early Renaissance period in England is from 1485 to 1560. to 1560. This is the early Renaissance period. Right? So what happens? How can you say that Renaissance? Remember, please try to understand what is Renaissance. Renaissance means revival, reawakening, and rebirth. What was in the Middle Age, previous time, before 1485? What was asleep? What was dull? And what was stable? Now this time, after 1485, everything revived. Means culture, literature, art, everything is revived and reawakening. That is called Renaissance. This word is derived from the French language. Right? So Edmund Spencer, particularly in this unit, we will discuss about Edmund Spencer. Edmund Spencer is a poet who belongs to the Renaissance period. Right? So now you understood what is the Renaissance age. This part you are clear. What is Renaissance and the period starts from which time to which time? 1485 to 1560. And what is the meaning of Renaissance? I think all also clear. May I know whether you have doubt or clear? Right?
Clear, sir.
Clear.
Yes, sir.
Now you come to Edmund Spencer. Edmund Spencer. Who is Edmund Spencer? Edmund Spencer is a British poet. First one is Edmund Spencer was an English poet. He was born in 1552 or 1553. 52 or 53 because historically there is not a specific information, but expected 52 or 53, maybe 52 or 53, but not before, not earlier. So he was born in London, England, and he died in 1599 at the age of 46 or 47, only in the young age, or you say middle age, that is. So where he was staying? He was staying at Westminster Abbey. That is a place. Westminster Abbey is the name of the place. Always you remember, when you read about a person, you know the background of that person. If you do not know the background of the person, you cannot understand his poetry. So, who is Edmund Spenser? Edmund Spenser was an English poet who was born in 1552 and died in 1599 at the age of 46 or 47. So, where he was staying as Westminster Abbey. That is the name of the place in England. Then, what was his occupation? His occupation is as a poet. He is a poet. That is his occupation. So, language. Which language he used? Particularly English language. But English means now this is the era of the modern age, postmodern age. We are the people of the postmodern. But he was the person of the early modern English. So, before that, there was Old English. From Spencer uses early modern English. But we belong to postmodern age. This is the age of postmodern. After 1982 onwards, that is postmodern age. So we belong to postmodern age, whereas Edmund Spenser was using the language of early modern English. Right? What is his notable work? So he is famous for his poem, The Fairy Queen. That is the best poem. The Fairy Queen is a long poem, he is famous, but this is not in your syllabus. But you know it. Why Edmund Spenser is more important? He is more important for his poem, The Fairy Queen. So Fairy Queen is an epic poem. Just like in our Indian, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, they are the epic poem. Similarly, Iliad, Odyssey, Greek mythology, they are the Horace, they have written, that is epic poem. Mahabharata, Ramayana, standard, Fairy Queen. So Fairy Queen is composed by Edmund Spenser, and he is popularly known as. That is an epic poem. Just like you understand what is Mahabharata and Ramayana. If you compare Mahabharata and Ramayana, then you can understand what is Fairy Queen. So this is all about the basic idea of the Edmund Spenser. So Edmund Spenser was a poet of the Renaissance period in Britain. He was writing English for early modern English. He is popularly known for his poem Fairy Queen. So now you come to, this is the historical background of the Edmund Spenser. Our concentration is on Spenser's poetry. So what I have given Spenser's poetry. So there is the Amority sonnets. So what is Amority? So you can just write down one sentence in your copy, then you can understand. Amority is a sonnet. Write down, I will explain you. Don't worry. Amority is a sonnet cycle, CYCLE, written by Edmund Spenser in the 16th century. In the 16th century, full stop. The cycle describes is courtship, C-O-U-R-T, courtship, S-H-I-P, courtship, and eventual marriage to Elizabeth, E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H, Elizabeth Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E. This is the name of a person, Elizabeth Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E. Okay, so now you try to come to my topic. What is Amority? So the Amority sonnets. So Amority, suppose this is a book. Suppose this is a book, and this book title is given the Amority. Right? So it is a volume. In this book, you find only the poems. So how many poems you will find? 89 poems. In this book, you will find 89 poems. So Amority is the title of a book. Amority is not the name of a poem. It's the title of the book. In that book, you find 89 poems. So it contains, you can write another line, it contains 89 sonnets. Sonnet spelling S-O-N-N-E-T-S. Then the question arises. The title of the book is Amirati. In that book, how many poems? 89 poems. And all the poems are sonnets. So now the question arises, sir, what is a sonnet? So you write down, a sonnet is a poem. A sonnet is a poem which consists of 14 lines. 14 lines, 1-4. Right? So any sonnet means it is a poem of 14 lines. Any poem which is written within 14 lines, that is called a sonnet. I think all of you understood what is a sonnet. A poem of 14 lines. Any poem, if you write a poem with 14 lines, that is called a sonnet. So in this book, the Amirati Sonnets means the title of the book is Amirati. In that book, 89 sonnets are there. Sonnet 1, Sonnet 2, Sonnet 3, up to Sonnet 89. In your syllabus, you will read Sonnet 34, number serial 34 you have to read. Sonnet 67 you have to read. Sonnet 77 you have to read. So 3 sonnets you have to read. 34, 67, 77. And after your course, if you find the leisure time, after completion of your MA degree, if you find the leisure time, you can read rest of the sonnets. But for your exam purpose, you have to read 3 sonnets. Sonnet number 34, sonnet number 67, sonnet number 77. I have shared the 3 sonnets with Purnachandra. I have shared because this is the text. I don't think that this text is given in your study manual. I am not. I didn't find it. Maybe it is not given, the poem. So, in which year he published the Amirati? The Amirati was first published in 1595. Please note it down. It was published, that book was published in 1595. How many poems? 89 poems. In which year? Now 1595. Right? So, what is the content of that poem? What is the content? Please note it down. The volume memorizes, the volume means a book, total book, the Amirati. The volume memorizes, please note it down in one line. The volume memorizes Spencer's courtship of Elizabeth Boyle, his beloved name. Edmund Spencer is the lover. Elizabeth Boyle is the beloved. Elizabeth Boyle, comma, a young Anglo-Irish woman.
Please repeat.
Once again, the volume memorizes Spencer's courtship of Elizabeth Boyle, comma, a young Anglo-Irish woman, full stop. The couple got married in 1594. The couple got married in 1594. Right? So, the entire volume, entire 89 poems are based on his courtly love. So, in the ancient time, when the dignitaries, noble persons, they were getting married, that is a noble merit, courtly merit. COURTLY, courtly love. That is called courtly love. So to dedicate this, he wrote 89 poems to dedicate for his beloved. So who is the lover? Edmund Spencer is the lover. Who is the beloved? Elizabeth Boyle is the beloved. And they got married in 1594. So in the 1594, what is the age of the Edmund Spencer? Please calculate. Around 42. Because if he got, if he was born in the year 1552 and 1594, that is the age of 42 years old. And after the marriage of 1594, after 5 years, he expired. He died 1599. But his beloved, when he was 42 years old, his beloved was 56 years old. So Elizabeth Boyle was 56 years old and Edmund Spencer was 42 years old, and that is courtly love. And in all the poems, the Edmund Spencer describes about his love towards the Elizabeth Boyle. So all the sonnets, but we will not discuss sonnet 1, sonnet 2. We will discuss only 3 sonnets: sonnet 34, sonnet 67, sonnet 77 particularly or especially. Then I have told you that what is a sonnet? A sonnet consists of 14 lines, right? Sonnet consists of 14 lines. So if you check the sonnet number 34, can you check can you find the text of the sonnet 34? Can you see right now? If you do not see, how can I explain this? I have shared this Purnachandra, sonnet 34, 67. So could you please share within 1 minute with among yourselves so that it will be easy to explain you? If you see the poem, I will explain it later on. You will check the poem. Yes. Now, can you download this poem from Google? Sonnet 34 of Edmund Spencer from Amority.
Sir, you can do screen share.
Screen, sir. Actually, I am taking classes over mobile phone, and in my desktop, I am checking, keeping the text. So I am sharing with WhatsApp group, right? I am not opening my laptop. Actually, I am taking a class with mobile, and backside I have kept my desktop, and my laptop I have not opened. So laptop I have not opened, right? I cannot. It is very difficult. Screen share, I have not kept it in the mobile, right? In the desktop, I have kept all the materials. Okay. So later on, I will explain this. So one thing you have to understand, a poem consists of 14 lines. 14 lines, what is the rhyme scheme? Do you know what is rhyme scheme? If you have English honors past, then you know it. If you are general graduate, I don't expect that you might have known this, or some of the people know, some of the people do not know.
Yes, sir, I know.
You know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you just see when you a poem consists of 14 lines, first line, last word. Please note it down. I am dictating the 14 words. First line, last word ala wide. WID. Please write like this: one wide. When last word ala wide. Second line in the poem, write down heading sonnet 34. So in the sonnet 34, the first line, last word ala wide. Second line, last word ala way, WAY. Third line, last word ala guide, GUIDE. Fourth line, last word ala astray, ASTRAY. Okay. So now you check in these 4 words, what is the rhyme scheme? Wide. You find out what is the sound, DA sound come. If it is come DA sound, you suppose you symbolize it A. Way, another sound, that is B. Guide, again it rhymes with wide guide. So AB, AB. I think all of you follow me.
AB.
So you can note it AB,
AB
AB.
and AB.
AB and AB, first 4 lines. Next 4 lines, 5 line, last word ala ray, RAY. RAY. 6th line, last word overcast. 7th line, last word dismay, D-I-S-M-A-Y. Eighth line last word placed. P-L-A-C-D. So if you mark it, that is B-C-B-C. Am I right? So this is the rhyme scheme of the 5 to 8. So A-B, A-B, B-C, B-C. Alternate. Then now you come to the ninth last word, life. 10th last word, lust. Then grief, last word, 10th. Sorry, 9, 10, 11. 11 ala grief. मैं भूल कहली कि 9th वाला past, 10th वाला life, 11 वाला lust, 12th वाला grief. So what is the rhyme scheme? First 4 line la A-B, A-B, B-C, B-C,
CD.
C-D, C-D. So what is the rhyme scheme? A-B, A-B, B-C, B-C, C-D, C-D. Alternate. 1 line 3, 2 line 4, 5 line 7, 6 line 8, 9 line 11, 10 out 12. Alternate rhyme scheme. A-B, A-B, B-C, B-C, C-D, C-D. So
Yes,
if
sir.
you come to the last two lines, that is comfortless, last word, pensiveness. So 2 lines sound same. They are called A-B, A-B, B-C, B-C, C-D, C-D, E-E. So the last 2 lines rhymes with each other. That is called couplet. C-O-U-P-L-E-T. So a sonnet consists of 14 lines having 3 quatrains. Please write down. This sonnet, Edmund Spenser's sonnets, 14 lines. Each sonnet consists of 14 lines, but particularly Edmund Spenser, so 3 quatrain and 1 couplet. 3 quatrain plus 1 couplet. I think all of you understood what is quatrain. Quatrain means a stanza consists of 4 lines. First 4 line A-B, A-B. Next 4 line B-C, B-C. Next 4 line C-D, C-D. So 3 quatrain, quatrain 1, quatrain 2, quatrain 3. Last one is E-E. That is the couplet because rhymes with each other. Right? Sun, bun. Rhymes
Sir,
with
may
each
I
other.
know the last 2 words?
Last words are like
One is
comfortless out of pensiveness.
comfortless.
Comfortless, pensiveness. So
Yes.
they rhymes with each other. That is couplet. So Edmund Spenser's poem, sonnet, is a 14 lines having 3 quatrains and 1 couplet. 1 quatrain consists of 4 lines, right? And last 2 lines is of a couplet, right? So sonnet 34 by Edmund Spenser. This poem is a part of Amority. So Amority is the collection of how many poems? 89 poems. So what he has described in this poem, has described Edmund Spenser described about his courtly love and about his marriage to his wife. What is the name of the wife? Elizabeth Boyle. So Edmund Spenser was 42 years old. Elizabeth Boyle was 56 years old. So 2 months older. So this sonnet appears to describe a break in his relationship with his wife. So particularly 34 number sonnet is about the breakup of the relationship between Edmund Spenser and his wife Elizabeth Boyle. So after the breakup, he is frustrated and he has written this poem. So how he is left and waiting for his forgiveness. So that is all about the Spenser. Spenser uses the comparison. Spenser is the lover with the beloved. Elizabeth Boyle is the beloved. He compares his life with a ship, S-H-I-P, and his wife as a storm, S-T-O, or you say star in the sky. So in this poem, the poet says, if you read the poem, then you can understand how Spencer uses the analogy. Analogy means comparison of a ship losing its way during a storm. When the storm appears in the ship disappears in the ocean. So where it goes, it doesn't know. Similarly, to convey the idea of separation between him and his wife. So when they are separated, Spencer and Elizabeth Boyle were separated. This is separation is just like when the storm appears in the sea. When the storm appears, the ship disappears. Right? This is analogy. Analogy means comparison. This visual image sets a tone of loneliness. So the poet feels very lonely about this. So if we read about the poem, so each line is important. So in the first line, the poet uses the simile. Simile means comparison. What is the comparison? He uses when he compares himself to sheep with ocean. So you just write down line 1, comparison between sheep and ocean. Line 1. Just note in your copy so that you can easily understand. Line 1, comparison, sheep with sea. When he compares his life, the poet uses simile and he compares himself to a sheep in the ocean. So Edmund Spencer is the sheep, his life compared with the sheep. And the visual image says, that means when he compares himself to a ship in the ocean, this visual image sets a tone of loneliness. That means he is separated. In line 2, Spencer goes and tells the reader that the ship has been getting on its way by following a bright star in the sky. So the ship remains away because when the storm appears, the ship away. Similarly, in the life of the Edmund Spencer and Elizabeth Boyle separates and he says that my beloved or my wife is separated from me. That is a pathetic scene. So that's he writes. In line 3 and 4, the poet says that a storm has been rolled in the weather, became dark. So line 3, 4 is a description about the storm. The storm is the root cause that makes the ship away. Similarly, human beings' life is that if someone is fall in love or someone is got married, even husband and wife, or we say the couple or the lover and beloved, they are united, they are very much happy. But when something happened to their life, they are being separated. Just like the ship, ocean, and the storm. The ship moves to the ocean. Ocean is the human life. Ship is the lover. Storm is the beloved. So when the storm appears, the ship awakes. The storm is the struggle of the life, difficulties of the life. When the difficulty comes, the human beings are separated. Lover, beloved separated. Husband, wife separated. So that is the storm. The storm compares with the difficulties in the life of the husband. If you have got married, you know that there are so many silly problems that arise in your life. Or if you are in a love, you can understand that there are so many difficulties that will come in your life. So you have to take it easily and you have to face the challenges of the life. You should not bow down. You should not dishearten. And for which you will lose your life. So the 1 line to 4 line, that is the description of the sea, ocean and the storm. But indirectly, it is compared with the life of Edmund Spencer and Elizabeth Boyle. So Spencer told that when Elizabeth Boyle is away from me, I am disappointed. So I am frustrated when there is a separation or breakup of the love or breakup of relationship. That is called break up. B-R-E-A-K-U-P. You all if you know what is breakup. So this is all about the first 4 lines. So line 5 to 8, now the poet wander around in darkness because his guiding light has been concealed by the dark clouds of the storm. So after the storm, what do we expect? The sunlight will come, the stars will appear in the sky. Everybody feels that. So similarly, after the hurdles of the husband and wife, Elizabeth Boyle is separated. And obviously, Edmund Spencer is expecting my wife will appear. My wife will come to me. So you know that husband-wife relationship is a very social, or you say that very religious and holy relationship. But sometimes there is some difficulties arise in the minds of the husband or the wife, or there may be some fraction, there is maybe some issues for which they are being separated. So just like this storm. So after the storm, the husband expects the star will appear. So here star stands for his wife. Star is his wife and sheep is Edmund Spencer himself. So this is the comparison. He is left vulnerable to the changes around him. He misses her bright rays. So the bright rays are not appearing. So that is why if the star will not appear, then the obviously Edmund Spencer will feel the absence of his wife. When a lover and beloved are united and they're sitting together, discussing and gossiping, when there is some fraction, there is some issue started, they are being separated. After some days, each one reminds to each other. They remember, they recur, and they repent. They are searching for each other. So this is all about the line 5 to 8. In line 9 to 10, and 9 to 12, here the poet shows his optimism. Optimism and hope. The poet has still the hope that my wife or my beloved will come to me. Similarly, after the storm, everybody expects the sky will be full of stars. The stars will appear. This is the comparison. He hopes that when the storm passes, the light of the star. So light of the star is compared with his wife, means Elizabeth Boyle, will shine on him again and guide him back to the point so that they could be together once again. So the poet expects after the storm, the star will appear. Similarly, after the quarrel, after the disturbance, definitely my wife will appear and we will be united once again. So he calls her Helis. Helis means a magical name of wood nymph. So Edmund Spencer addressed his wife as Helis. That is a mythical name of wood nymph. So in the last two lines, that is a couplet, because last two lines are rhymes with each other, 13 and 14. These last two lines are known as which sums up the entire poem. Sorry. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the last two lines, that is 13 and 14, in the last two lines, that is the summing, that is the couplet. All of you understood what is couplet? The two lines rhyme with each other. The last two lines rhyme with each other. That is called couplets. Rhyming couplet which sums up the entire poem in a few words as possible. So Spencer is telling his wife that until she forgives him, he will wander aimlessly all alone with sorrowful thoughts. So the last two lines is the concluding line. In the last two lines, the Edmund Spencer, the lover, expects his wife or beloved should forgive him and forget him. Otherwise, I am moving aimlessly and sorrowfully here and there. I should not move aimlessly and sorrowfully here and there because the life is not that. So if you come about the last, if you come about the poem, so 14-line poem, then you can understand how the poet has described about his courtly love. So only you understood. The 34th sonnet is one of them. Like, so now you come to the sonnet 67. What is about sonnet 67? Please take a screenshot because maximum number of students are here. You share me 1 minute, 30 seconds I am giving you. And I will take a glass of water. Right? Now you come to the second sonnet. Sonnet number 67. So in the sonnet number 67, that the poet says that he is a huntsman and his wife is a deer, doe, mean female deer. So in the first sonnet, the poet compares himself with a sheep and the wife with a star, shining star. In the second sonnet, meaning sonnet number 67, the poet says that I am a hunter. Hunter, you know, who shoot to the animals in the jungle. And my wife is a doe, D-O-E. Doe means a female horse. So what happens? Why a hunter killed to the animal? Tell me, expect. Why a hunter killed to an animal? Why? To satisfy or to fulfill his pastime pleasure or to fulfill her hunger for the flesh. But the man is very much emotional. Man is very much emotional, and when he hunts to the animals, he kills to the animals in the jungle. It is a pastime pleasure or is a leisure, passing of the time and killing to the animals. But nowadays, killing wild animals is a crime. Nowadays, but in the earlier time, in the ancient time, killing wild animals is a pleasure for them, or the passing of the leisure. And sometimes they also kill to the wild animals, but for not to satisfy the quench of their hunger. They kill to the animals, bring it to their home, and to boil it, and they eat it. So that is the true purpose. So here the poet say, I am a hunter, and my wife is a doe, D-O-E, and female horse. So what happens? So when a hunter running after the animal, sometimes the hunter killed, sometimes the hunter cannot kill, because the animals runs away, and he is escaped. She is escaped away. So why it is a female deer? Because his wife is a female. That is why female deer escaped away. So the hunter tried to kill to the doe, but the doe tried to save his life, save her life, and moved away, escaped away. And what happens? The man, the hunter, sits under a tree, hopelessly. No, I cannot kill to the man. So I cannot kill to the animal. So that is the description of hunter. But how can you compare with Edmund Spencer's life? Edmund Spencer is running after Elizabeth Boyle for a long time. So what for? Not to make in touch with her. Physical touch, emotional touch, or anything else. So you know that the human beings, particularly the men, are running after the women for emotional purpose and to satisfy their physical pleasure. Here Edmund Spencer is also running after Elizabeth Boyle to satisfy his emotional pleasure as well as to physical pleasure. But the women are the characters. They want to share with the men, but want to become a life partner. But the men are very clever, cunning, and they wanted to utilize them, and later on the life they wanted to separate them. But the women do not believe on it. So that is happened in the case of hunter and the wild animal. But here what happens? Just the reverse happened. The wild animal, the doe, means the female horse, remained away. And she thought that probably the hunter cannot kill me, or he did not want to kill me. That is why the deer came near to the hunter. And when the hunter saw that the deer is coming near to me, why should I kill him? The hunter showed the sympathy. Similarly, in the case of Edmund Spencer, when Edmund Spencer was running after the Elizabeth Boyle is not in touch with him. But Elizabeth Boyle realized that if a man is running after him, let me come with him and let me come in contact with him and what he is doing. Let me say. So that is why they are united. And this is all about the poem, how hunter and the deer relationship. Similarly, Edmund Spencer says that I am the hunter and my wife is the doe, but I am in contact with the doe. So that is the relationship between the hunter and the doe. But in this poem, the poet has uses a very you say vulgar language. The poet has used one or two lines. They are used in the vulgar language, or you say that very language, open language, the poet has used. That is the poet, you can, if you read the last two lines, open language, the last two lines, that is, strange things me seem to see a beast so wild, so girly on with her own beguiled. So that is why the poet always, this type of poet generally use, so when those are the writing about the love poems, or those are writing about this type of courtly love poems, or you say marriage, related to marriage and etc., sometimes they use also the vulgar language in order to satisfy their wishes or the desires. So if you read the poem starting with like as a huntsman after a worry chase, seeing the game from him escaped away, the poem started with a huntsman. So if you say who is the huntsman, Edmund Spencer is the huntsman, and who is the animal, doe is the doe, the Elizabeth Boyle is the doe. So in this way, you have to analyze the poem and you have to read the poem line by line, and then you try to understand the poem very carefully, right? So now you come to the last poem. You say that is the poem of say poem number 77. So that is a poem number 77. So serial number, sonnet number 77. So how many sonnets are in your course? Only 4. How many sonnets?
3.
3 sonnets. Serial number?
3.
Yes.
67,
77.
4, 67,
So
77.
very good, very good. Accordingly, you have to prepare. So in the third sonnet 77, the poet says that the youth is aging face will be reflected in a mirror, and the passage of time will be reflected on his words, clashing with the youth's eternally youth thought. So when you are young age, your face appears one, and if you stand before the mirror, you look very handsome, very smart, very energetic, like this. So as the young man ages, each wrinkle on his face will remain for memory from his youth. Youth stage is a very lover stage, and at that stage, you can take so many promises, so many dreams that you can think. However, because the young man will not able to remember even event from his life. So young stage is the stage of the love. Young stage is the stage of the dream world. So that is happening in the case of Edmund Spencer also. So here, in this poem also consists of 3 quatrains and 1 couplet. In the first quatrain, means first 4 lines, Edmund Spencer highlights desire to set an imagination in the minds of the readers about a feast which seems like a dream. The feast, F-E-A-S-T, feast. The feast boasts its credibility by having a goodbye table made pure ivory with each other. So the poet arranges a feast when we are sitting together in a table and we'll eat the foods. That is the first 4 lines. First 4 lines, the poet arranges a feast, F-E-A-S-T, in which there is a round table and all of you will sit there and will eat. That is about the first 4 lines. In the second 4 lines, quatrain 2 starts at where the quatrain 1 ends. It showcases further worth mentioning objects that can attract the attention of the mortal. So if you went to a friend's house or relative's house, suppose someone invited you for the food, and first of all you sit on the table and you search for what are the food on the table. If you find good food, if you find costly food, if you find delicious food, immediately you try to eat it. Similarly, here it happens, there was a silver dish lying idle over which 2 golden apples were placed. two golden apples are there. The third and fourth line draws a reference from the Greek mythological. So that is the fruit, two golden apples. In the quatrain 3, the poet claims the two golden apples to be exceedingly sweet and yet at the same time free of any sinful vice. These two apples, golden apples, are very tasty to eat, the poet says. And then Spencer stresses on the fact that how many sought for it, but none could ever taste it. This means that Spencer's beloved Elizabeth Boyle had many suitors, but none could ever win her love and attention. So in the ancient time, what happens when the great personality, women are going to marry, they are invited to the suitors. Any suitor will touch to the heart of the heroine, or you say the lady, they are getting married, the suitors. So in the final line, there is a reference of biblical reference, Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve means, the first man and woman in the earth. You know that they are staying in they are going to an orchard and they ate an apple. From that, the human civilization starts. Who are the first person? Adam and Eve, two human
Yes.
beings. One is a male, another is a female. That is given in the stanza 3. So in the
It was
couplet,
described in the Paradise Lost also.
yes, Paradise Lost you have read. So final couplet starts with vulgarity. So I told that Edmund Spencer uses the language of vulgarity where Spencer ponders on the beauty of the Elizabeth Boyle's breast. So you know that generally a man falls in love with a woman for two reasons. So first reason is to attract the physical beauty, and second one is about his quality, about her quality or mind. So when you question arises true love is the union of the two minds and two hearts. Two mind and two hearts. But a question arises from ancient time to till date. A man falls in love with a woman at the first sight only because of his physical beauty. If a woman is not good to look at, there is a very less chance the man falls in love. So that is why in the last two lines, the poet has used just vulgar language, particularly open language. The poet has used the word breast. So the poet has attracted, Spencer has attracted towards the Elizabeth Boyle's breast. So the breast is a very vulgar language the poet has openly used, as Elizabeth Boyle's breast attracts to the Edmund Spencer. That is the line. He however justifies that her bosoms are indeed so beautiful that it attracts her and spiritually and admires. But nowadays the question arises, what is true love and what is false love? Every love is true. Every love is true. There is no false love. Only those who are falling in love for physical beauty, or you say that to satisfy the physical pleasure, that is false love. But those are united, two minds, two hearts are united and they together, I say that is the true love. So in the last two lines, let me read the text. Her breast, that table was so richly spreaded, my thoughts the guest which would thereon have faded. That means in the round table, when Edmund Spencer is sitting in one side and Elizabeth Boyle in the other side, Spencer looks at the Elizabeth Boyle and the Elizabeth Boyle's breast attracts to the Edmund Spencer. That is a physical symbol. That is the language of vulgarity Edmund Spencer very openly used. As you are the young minds, then you receive it in a positive sense. You should not take it in a negative or otherwise sense. So this is all about the last two lines, that is the final couplet. So now the three sonnets are over. Now you come to Spencer's other two poems. One is Epithalamion and Prothalamion. These are the two songs, two poems. Please write it down. These two songs related to nuptial songs. Nuptial means marriage. Nuptial. Nuptial songs. Nuptial. Nuptial songs. So Epithalamion is a song of nuptial and Prothalamion is a song of nuptial. Nuptial song means marriage song. When both of them are getting married, who? Edmund Spenser and Elizabeth Boyle, during that time, what happens? The poet has written 2 poems, Epithalamion, Prothalamion. So Epithalamion is a poem celebrating a marriage. An epithalamion is a song or a poem written specifically for a bride on her way to the marital chamber. In Spenser's work, he is spending the day anxiously and awaiting for to marry to the Elizabeth Boyle. He is waiting to marry. So the poem describes the day in detail of the couple wakes up, and Spenser begs the muses to help him on his artistic endeavor for the day. Spenser spends majority of the poem praising his bride. So if you read the line by line of the poem, then you can understand. But there is a very interesting thing. So how the poem consists of? There are 24 stanzas. The poem consists of 24 stanzas. Now you say in a day, how many hours? 24 hours. So each stanza is compared with 1 hour. And the entire poem consists of 433 lines in the poem. And there are 365 long lines. 365 long lines, please note it down. 365 long in a day, in a year, how many days? 365 days. So each long line stands for 1 day. I think all of you understood. And the rest 68 lines. These 365 long lines represent the year leading up to Spenser's wedding day. Spenser got married today, and for 1 year, 365. First line is marriage day. Second line, marriage day after. Third line, marriage after. And the last line, 365, last line is the anniversary. I think first anniversary. I think all of you understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Understood.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this poem you have to read it in this way. Then you come to Prothalamion. So because the time is very short, you might have some business. I have also business. I have to go to the university. I have class at 10 o'clock. So I have to leave. So let me discuss it very briefly, and then I will wind up my class. Prothalamion, the commonly used name of the Prothalamion, that is also a poem of the song. That is the poem of marriage, or the song poem. That you say. Prothalamion, the commonly used name of the Prothalamion. This is a poem that is written for conventional form of a marriage song. And the poem begins with a description of the river Thames. So this poem started the description of the river Thames. There is a river, and nearby the river there is a tree. 2 unmarried women are standing there. The poet was passing. That is the description. Spenser finds 2 beautiful maidens, unmarried girl, and the poet proceeds to praise them and wishing them all the blessings of their marriage. And the poem begins with a fine description of the day when one who is writing the poem. So this is the poem description of the Thames River, description of 2 unmarried women, and the poet was crossing the road, and the poet wishes them about their marriage life. So the third poem, Prothalamion, is about the marriage song. Dear students, the time is very short, but still then I discussed, and you read it very carefully yourself. This is a counseling class. It is not possible to discuss line by line, line by line. I will give an overall idea. Now how to write the answers, I can help you in this context. So if you expect me that, sir, you teach me Epithalamion line by line, it will take 1 class. Prothalamion, it will take 1 or 2 class. So it is not that. So we have to discuss in overall, and you read the text at your home and a general knowledge, and you read your main textbook or the materials, and then write in your own language, prepare your notes, and then prepare for exam. I wish very good luck and all the best for this class. If you have any doubt, you can ask me, or you can give your feedback, then I will wind up my class.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Do you have
Thank
any
you.
question for me?
No, sir.
It's okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Are you clear? Sure. Okay, let's wind up
Excuse
the
me,
class.
sir.
Yes,
Sir, can you give me your number once again?
my number
Yes, sir.
94373
Yes, sir.
94373 599.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye.
The Metaphysical School of Poets. Write down heading block 3. Metaphysical School of Poets. Block 3. The Metaphysical School of Poets. Then you underline. So write something that I will dictate to you. Write down. Literally, meta, META, meta within quotation mark, means beyond, BEYOND. Meta means beyond. And physics within quotation means physical nature.
Sir, physical?
Physical nature, NATURE. Literally, meta means beyond. Physics means physical nature. That means beyond physical nature. Full stop. Then, the term metaphysical as applied to poetry, was first used by Dr. Johnson, JOHNSON. Dr. Johnson, who borrowed it from Dryden's, DRYDEN, Dryden apostrophe S. Dryden is the name of a poet. Dryden's phrase, PHRAC, about dawn, capital DONNE. Dawn is the name of the poet. Right? Then you write down the metaphysical style. The metaphysical style was established by John Donne, JOHN, Donne, capital DONNE. John Donne, comma, early in the 17th century. Early in the 17th century. So now you understood what is metaphysics. Metaphysical, meta means beyond. Physics means here physical nature, means beyond physical nature. Right? So who is the founder? John Donne is the founder of the metaphysical poetry. And who said it? John Dryden, but Dr. Johnson told it. Right? Now you write down the heading, characteristics of the metaphysical poets. Metaphysical poetry. Characteristics of the metaphysical poetry. So write down the characteristics. Number 1, characteristics of the metaphysical poetry. What are the characteristics? Number 1, delight in novel thought. Delight, D-E-L-I-G-H-T. Delight in novel thought and expression. Delight in novel thought and expression. Okay. So in this point, write down one point. In this point, write down, make a colon and you write down the metaphysical poet seeks, S-E-E-K-S, seeks means searches, to work out a logical connection between the abstract and concrete.
Sorry, sir. And before and?
A logical connection between the abstract and concrete.
Yes.
Comma. The remote and the near. In rendering,
Sir, the remote and the
near, in rendering, R-E-N-D-E-R-I-N-G, rendering, his experience of emotional reality. Okay. Come to the second point. Reality, R-E-A-L-I-T-Y. Come to second point. Far-fetched images, far, F-A-R hyphen F-E-T-C-H-E-D, far-fetched images. Far-fetched images within bracket you can write conceits, C-O-N-C-E-I-T-S, conceits, C-O-N-C-E-I-T-S. Then you explain this. It is heavily overloaded, colon mark, then you explain it is heavily overloaded with conceits, conceits within inverted comma, C-O-N-C-E-I-T-S, which may be defined, as the excessive use of over elaborated comparisons,
Sir, over elaborated.
comparisons drawn from, D-R-A-W-N, drawn from the most far-fetched, comma, remote and unfamiliar sources. Remote and unfamiliar sources. Second point is over. Third point. Affectation and hyperbole. Affectation, A-F-F-E-C-T-A-T-I-O-N. Affectation and hyperbole, H-Y-P-E-R-B-O-L-E, hyperbole. Hyperbole. This is the third point. I will explain you, don't worry. First you write down what are the characteristics. Fourth characteristic. Obscurity, O-B-S-C-U-R-I-T-Y. In this point you write down the metaphysical poets, constantly bring together the abstract and concrete.
Sir, the voice is not audible. Bring together the abstract and
The abstract and concrete, comma, remote and near, comma, the spiritual, the remote and the near, yes, the abstract and the concrete, remote and the near, comma, the spiritual and the material, the finite and the infinite, and the sublime and the commonplace. The sublime, SUBLIME, sublime and the commonplace. Right? This is called obscurity. Now you come to the next point, that is dramatic realism. Dramatic realism.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So for
yes.
affection and hyperbole, you won't explain.
I will explain. When I will discuss, I will explain. Don't worry. Right?
I mean, you didn't
Now,
give explanation.
you need some lines to be explained.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you
Yes,
just write down. This indicates the exaggerate statement, the exaggerate, EXAGGERAT, exaggerate statement of a particular situation. That is hyperbole and affectation. And it's too much excess. That is affectation and hyperbole.
The statement of
Okay, now you come to, yes,
the statement of a particular
situation.
okay.
Okay, now you come to dramatic realism. This school of words, these school of words, these school of words use direct speech, comma, colloquial language,
Sorry, sir.
these school of words use direct speech, comma, colloquial, COLLOQUIAL, colloquial language, and
Sir, what is the
And-
meaning of colloquial language?
conversational, face-to-face interaction, colloquial, local language, not official, day-to-day conversation, and general air of dramatic realism. Okay, now next point is learning, LEARNING.
Sir, it is the seven characteristics, right?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what are you have written first? Delight in novel thought and expression.
Yes.
Second, far-fetched images.
Yes.
Third, affectation and hyperbole.
Yes.
Fourth, obscurity.
Yes.
Fifth, dramatic realism. This is the sixth, learning.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Metaphysical verse, VERSE, metaphysical verse is laden with, LADEN, is laden with the scholarship, of its authors. Full stop. A whole book of knowledge whole book of knowledge might be compiled from the scholarly allusions full stop.
Sir, scholarly.
Allusion, ALLUSIONS. References, indirect reference. Full stop. It is an enrichment. Of the poet's mind and part of the equipment for his high vocation. Then next point, unification of sensibility.
Sir, what was the next point?
Unification of sensibility. Then you explain this in Donne's poetry. Donne, DONNE apostrophe S. Donne is the name of a poet. In Donne's poetry, there is always an analysis of intellectual thought, with emotion. That means in metaphysical poetry, we find intellect plus emotion. Full stop. The great poet T.S. Eliot, the great poet T, capital T, dot, S, capital S, Eliot, E, capital L-I-O-T. The great poet T.S. Eliot praised the metaphysical poetry so highly.
The great poet.
The great poet T.S. Eliot praised, P-R-A-I-S-E-D, the metaphysical poetry so highly. Right? Now I sent you a short text. Please go through it. I sent in the group, MEG group, with 2 paragraphs. Please go through it within 1 minute. And by this time, one of you share me the attendance.
Sir, which group?
MEG,
I have not added to that group.
Sir, I have not
Okay.
added.
Sir, add him, sir.
okay, those have added, please go through it. And after that, they will add you.
So I
Right.
also have not been added.
Okay, please
Sir, I
share.
also not added.
I am also not added.
So, can I share you individually?
Lot of students will not.
You may give me a hi in my WhatsApp number, then I may share you. My WhatsApp
Please
number,
share
you
your
give me
WhatsApp number.
94373 66599. 94373 66599.
94373.
Double six and double.
Sir, please could you
Just
repeat,
tell
please?
me. 94373 66599.
Thank you, sir.
Please go through this text.
Sports were taught properly, completed and proven 20th century, but education is very important. Given the lack of
Kindly add.
better the diversity of style level.
Okay. So, if the question will come, what do you mean by metaphysical poetry? Discuss the characteristics of metaphysical poetry. Can you understand? Can you explain it or not? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. This is very clear. Meta means beyond physical nature, right? So now you come to who are the great poets of the metaphysical school. The great poets are number 1, John Donne. John Donne is a great poet. Note it down. John Donne. John John Donne, capital D-O-N-N-E. John Donne. Second one is George Herbert, George, George Herbert, Herbert, George Herbert. Third one is Andrew Marvell, A-N-D-R-E-W, Andrew Marvell, capital M-A-R-V-E-L-L. So these are the three great poets of the metaphysical schools. So I will discuss three poems. At least one poem of the each poet, right? I will discuss the poem of John Donne, that is the flea poem I will discuss. There are many poems John Donne has written in your syllabus. There are more poems are there. The Flea, Twickenham Garden, The Good Morrow, The Ecstasy. In addition to that, there is also other poems, The Canonization, A Valediction, Forbidden Morning, A Nuptial of an S. Lucis Day, Batter My Heart, 3% the God, Hymn to God the Father. So there are around 7 to 8 poems in the about the John Donne, right? So I will discuss one poem, at least one poem of the John Donne. So then you can understand who is John Donne, what type of poetry he is writing, and what is the theme, content, and style of his poetry. Similarly, you will read other poems, right? So now you come to our discussion, who is John Donne? John Donne is a great metaphysical poet, right? He was born in 1571 and died in 1631. 1571, died in 1631. He was an English poet. He was a great scholar. He was a clergy. And what type of poetry he was writing? He is considered the preeminent representative of the metaphysical poets. He is a great metaphysical poet in England. His poet were rooted with metaphysical and sensual style include. He was writing sonnets, means a poem all creature. So, right? So what happens? This is a very small creature. It flies from one place to another, and its aim is to suck blood from the human body. To suck, S-U-C-K, blood from the human body. So here, flea is a character. What does the poet say about the flea? The poet here, John Donne, explains that this flea is a third character. Who are the other two characters? Now myself, one character, and second, my beloved, my second character. So I have already told you that this is a love poem. So John Donne's, the poems which are included in a syllabus, mostly they are love poems. They are the poem of faith. So this poem is a love poem. The poet describes. So number one is a flea. How he described the flea? So generally, what a simple example I am telling you. In Odisha. So at night, whenever we are going to bed, the mosquito in India, I am telling you, this is a one situation, then you can understand that situation. Think about India. So whenever we are going to bed, what happens? We use mosquito repellent or we are using mosquito net. Some days, you know that, suppose we are tired, we are extremely tired, neither we are using the mosquito repellent nor we are using the mosquito net. So what happens on that night? The mosquito bite to our body. What it gets? The blood. It sucks the blood. When it takes the blood, then after some time, it moves to another person. and it sucked the blood of another person. So here, this is a similar situation. So the poet wants to say that we, the couple, are here. I and my beloved, John Donne and his beloved. We both are here. John Donne wanted to make a relationship with his wife, or we say the beloved. So you know that. So there is a word used in the text, that is a married life. You know that after the married life, there is a union of husband and a wife. You know that. So during this union, what happens? The bloods are exchanged or united. So what happened in this poem? The poet is not able to talk to his wife or no relation with his wife. So he expressed his love through the creature flea. How? Now this flea bite to the body of the John Donne and takes the blood of John Donne. And after some time, it flew to the wife, towards the wife or the beloved, and sucked the blood of the beloved. Now you imagine, the flea insect creature is a mixture of two blood, husband's blood and the wife's blood, lover's blood and the beloved blood. So this is the third creature. This is the union of two blood, lover and beloved, husband and wife, right? So this is the third creature. So then the husband requested to the wife, don't kill to this flea. The lover said to the beloved, don't kill to the flea. Now why? Because this flea is the union of our two bloods. Your blood is there, my blood is there. So if you kill this flea, then I will die, Simon, you will die, and the flea will die. So you are killing three creatures, not one creature. You are killing to your husband, you are killing to yourself, and you are killing to the innocent creature, that is the flea. So here, flea stands for a far-fetched image, extended metaphor, distance relationship. Normally, we know that after the marital life, there is a union between the husband and the wife. There is a relationship between husband and wife, and so that the husband's blood and the wife's blood are united. But here, the poet is not able to do that. So that is why the flea is a character who is the symbol who united to the blood of the husband and the wife. So that is the message that is given. And the poet requested to the flea, requested to the beloved or the wife not to kill that tree, not to kill that flea. If you kill that flea, you are killing to yourself as well as myself, as well as to the flea. So now you come to text of the poem. I have already shared the text. Please go through the line by line, then you can understand. Mark about this flea, and mark in this means look at this flea. To whom the poet says to his beloved or to his wife to look at the flea. How little that which thou many you deniest me is, many you are not united with me. You are not making relationship with me. But this flea takes my blood. It sucked me fast. It meant the flea. The flea took my blood fast and now sucks thee meaning you. This flea sucked my blood and then sucked your blood. So this flea, the union of our bloods, both the lover and beloved's blood. And in this flea, our two bloods mingled be. Mingled meaning mixed. So the flea stands for the blood of the husband and the wife. Union of lover and beloved. So thou, you knowest that this cannot be said, a sin, nor shame, nor loss of maidenhead. So you cannot say it is a sin. You cannot say it is a shame. You cannot say loss of maidenhood, maidenhead. So it is universally accepted that after the marriage of the husband and wife, they are united. And there is a relationship between the husband and wife. And if you make relationship with me, it is not a sin. You are not doing any papa or sin. You are not insulted, or you are not loss of maidenhead. Your chastity will not last. Before marriage, if you do that, that is your chastity is lost, and people will criticize you that you are losing your character. But after marriage, if you make a relationship with me, that is a pure, holy, religious thing. So you should not deny me. If you deny me, then the flea is our symbol. Yet this enjoys before it woo, means love. Before our love, before our relationship, and this flea is the union of our bloods. And pampered swells with one blood made of two. And this is, alas, is more than we do. So this flea is the union of two bloods. What more we can do? So this is the third character. The flea is the third character. So that is an extended metaphor. Extended meaning distance relationship. So husband and wife relation, direct relationship. If there is no direct relationship, this flea is the relationship. So this is about the first stanza. Now you come to the second stanza. Oh, stay. Three lives in one flea sphere. Now the flea stands for three lives, because in the body of the flea, you find the blood of mine, blood of yours, and the blood of flea itself. So three life, where we almost no more than married are. So if we are married, then there is a union of our two bloods. But now you cannot say we are not married. Now our bloods are united. This flea is you and I, and this is our marriage bed. So what happens after the marriage? So in the bed, the couple are united, and there is a sexual relationship between the husband and the wife. At that time, the blood is mingled or mixed. But this flea is your marriage bed. This is an indirect reference that we are united. So what is our marriage bed? And the flea is our marriage bed. And marriage temple is. So marriage temple, marriage is a very social institution. Marriage is a very religious occasion. Marriage is a very holy occasion. Don't take it very otherwise or in a silly way. Because in the marriage, the man and woman are united very socially, culturally, religiously, holy and pious manner. It is not at all just a physical relationship. It is with emotional, sentimental relationship. So though parents grudge and we are not met. So sometimes the parents do not accept, that's why they are not united. With the lovers and beloveds are not united. And clustered in the living world subject, they are become the difficulties of their life. Though use make you up to kill me. Suppose you want to kill me, let not to that self-murder added be. If you murder that thing, that is when you are murdering to yourself. You are killing to yourself. And sacrilege, 3 sins in killing 3. If you kill to this flea, which is just a slab, then what you are doing? The flea is not dead only. I am dead, you are dead, and the flea itself dead. And you are doing 3 sins. S-I-N-S, opposite of blessings. Then in the last stanza, cruel and sudden, hast thou sins, purple thy knell in blood of innocence. So cruel and sudden, hast means hatch, thou means you. These are the old English. Since purple thy knell. So purple, that is the name of the color. If you beat this, the blood will be there. And if you take the blood and you color your nail, it is very bad thing in blood of innocence, because the flea blood is innocence. Similarly, after the marriage, the union of the husband and wife, that situation is very innocent, because that is a very religious thing, holy thing and pious thing. But before marriage, that union is unholy, unpious, or you say that is a sin, that is a shock, sin. But after marriage, that is holy. Wherein could this be flea guilty be? So flea has no fault at all, except in that drop which is soaked from thee, meaning you. The flea bite you, take the blood. Flea bite me, take the blood. And yet thou trumped means victory, and stayed, sayest than thou. These are the old English. The poet has used old English because it is very long time back it is written. So findest not thy money your, thou money you, self, nor me the weaker now. It is true. This is really true. Then learn how false fears be. Just so much honor. Now she checked the spelling of honor, Honor. This is American English, Nour, that is the British English. When thou yield when supported to me, will waste this flea's death took life from thee. So I request to my beloved, I request to my would-be wife, don't kill to the flea, because this flea is the union of two minds, two hearts, two thoughts. So I request to you not to kill this bird, not to kill this creature. If you kill this creature, then you are killing to three persons. That means yourself, myself, and the flea itself. So now I shared the notes of the flea. Please go through it within 3 to 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Within 2-3 minutes, you go through it. This is my own notes. Please go through it. Have you shared me the attendance, today's attendance? Dear students, have you shared with me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you shared? Okay.
Sir, where I have to?
Sir, how to share the attendance, please?
So I told you that one of you take the screenshot and send me with my WhatsApp number. Now you, all of you have gone to the test notes. Okay. So if you have gone to the test, now please come to the next poem. So I will discuss another poem of George Herbert. The Puli poem. This is one important poem. The Puli poem I will discuss. This is a very interesting poem also. So George Herbert, I have already shared the poem in your group. George Herbert poem, The Puli. Now you come to my discussion. I discussed one poem of John Donne and one poem of George Herbert. Now you come to George Herbert. So the title of the poem is The Puli. So have you? Okay. Okay, very good, very good. I will save it. So the title of the poem is Puli. Have you seen the Puli? Yes. So this is the device in which you can drag water from the well. Drag. Yes. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Audible. Sir, how can we
Okay.
get?
So now you see the Puli. Which one? No. What is your question? I could not understand.
Sir, how can I get notes?
Which notes? I'm sharing with the MEG group right now.
Sir, I am not added the group.
Okay, your friends will add you. Don't worry.
It's okay, sir. Thank you.
Right?
It's okay, sir.
Your friends will add you. So you interact with your friends and the friends will add you, because 1 hour class, I am to be more alert. You try to understand my situation. I am teaching, I am sharing, I am explaining, I am thinking. So many things I have to do. Right? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Minati.
Yes, sir.
So now you come to the Puli poem. This is a very interesting poem. So you see what happens, how the poet described, George Herbert described this poem. So I have already shared the poem. Please check the poem. In this poem, what happens? The relationship between God and human beings. What is the relationship between the God and the human beings? So what? So you know that God is the creator, almighty, omniscient, omnipresent, and is the supreme of the world. Right? God is the creator. God is the almighty. God is the omniscient. God is the omnipresent. God is the supreme over the world, you know. So when the God created the human beings, first he made all the qualities, he made a juice in a glass of water, right? And he dropped over the over the human being. He gave everything to human being. He gave the blessings to the human beings. He gave strength to human beings. He gave beauty to human beings. He gave knowledge to the human being. He gave pleasure to the human being. He gave honor to the human being. He gave treasure to the human being. Everything he gave to the human being. But one thing he did not give. That is rest. R-E-S-T. That is peace. The God felt that if I will grant everything to the human being, the human beings will not pray to me, because he got everything. So when someone got everything, why should he remember to the God? Just imagine, when you are in a good condition, when you are in a better situation, when you are in achievement, are you reminding to the God? Not at all. But when you are in trouble, when you are in difficulties, when someone is sick, someone is suffering from disease, he reminds to the God. So that is why the God did not give one thing. That is, he kept at his hand. That is called rest or the peace. So now you look at the poem. So let us see. When God at first made man, having a glass of blessings standing by, in a glass he kept the blessings, juice for all the blessings kept in a glass. Later said he, pour on him. Pour means drop, like this. Drop on him all we can. Let the world is riches. Let the world is riches. He is disposed and given, lie will provide, contract into a span. So trains first made a way. First, the God gave strength, power. Then beauty flowed. Second, first strength, then beauty, then wisdom, then honor, then pleasure. When almost all was out, everything was out of the glass, then God made a stay. God wait. God stopped. Perceiving that, touching that alone of all his treasure, only one thing is there, one property is there inside the glass. Rest in the bottom lake. What is in the glass bottom? That is rest. Rest means peace. The God did not give that. For if I should, said he, bestow this jewel also on my creature, if I give this rest and peace to the creature, to the whole human world, they won't respect me. He would adore my gifts instead of me. They never respect to me. They respect to my gift. They respect to my money. They respect to my wealth, beauty, nature, everything. But then don't remind me. So I'll keep one thing at my hand. And the rest in nature, not God of nature. So both should losers be. So one thing I will keep at my hand, that I won't give to the God. So give to the human being. Yet let him keep the rest. So which one I will keep at my hand? That is rest, that is peace. But keep them with repining restlessness. Let him be rich and worry. That at least if goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast. So yet goodness, I told you that. In the favorable time, in the worldly time, in the good time, human beings never remain to the God. But when they are tired, when there are difficulties, definitely they will pray to God. And they will touch, they will breast to the hold to the God. God will save me. God is the ultimate. God can save us in this life. So the George Herbert is a metaphysical poet, and he described the poem very carefully in this way. So now my note I am going to share, my note, my original note of Puli. I shared the Puli note. Please go through it.
Sir, free टा ଟିକେ share कर देंगे.
Free to corrige, I have already shared. You check it yourself. So in your group, I have shared the block 3 also. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all of you go through the notes very carefully and prepare yourself. This is all about my discussion of today's class. Those have not added with MEG. So, dear students, please share your numbers in this, and your friends will add you. Okay. Now, let me wind up the class, and in the
Sir?
tomorrow. Yes.
So please share book and notes.
Okay, I will do. Right.
Okay, sir.
Oh.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Who is the admin of the WhatsApp group?
Sure. Your friends. I am not. Okay.
Can you please can you add me in the WhatsApp group? I done my number.
I have wrote my number in call message.
Not audible to me.
Okay. Bye.
Can you kindly add me in the WhatsApp group? Write down my number.
Please note my number.
Since in that period there is a great revival, reawakening, and restart of the literature, culture, and artistic. And this is associated with the European Renaissance, that is usually regarded as a beginning in Italy in the late 14th century. So this Renaissance started in 14th century in Italy, but in England it started in 16th century and the early part of the 17th century. This is the place. Their origin is Italy. Then as in the most of the rest of the northern Europe, England saw little of this development until more than a century later. So Renaissance style and ideas, however, were slow to penetrate England, and in this period what happens, the poetry, we follow to the Middle Ages poetry. There is a revival of the Middle Ages poetry. And this Renaissance is completely different from the Italian Renaissance, because the dominant art form of the English Renaissance were literature and music particularly. And visual arts in the English Renaissance were much less significant than the Italian Renaissance. So we focused on the literature as well as in the art. So the English period began far later than the Italian period, which was moving in the mannerisms of the Baroque by the 1550s of the earlier. So particularly the Renaissance started in Italy, but then after in the 16th century it started to England, and this Renaissance is the revival and reawakening of the literature art. But music came later on. Now I share two paragraphs. You may read these two paragraphs within 1 minute so that you can get an idea. Did you get these two paragraphs?
Yes, sir. No, sir,
Okay,
I
please
didn't get
go
it.
through it within 1 minute. I shared in the MEG group.
No, sir, I didn't get it.
You are not added with MEG group maybe.
Yes, sir, I sent my number, but I didn't add it.
So you tell your number, anyone will forward the material. Anyone will forward. Or you just share me hi message in my WhatsApp number, I will share with you.
Sir, kindly give your WhatsApp number.
94373. In each class this problem arises. Please take care of yourself. 94373 599. I do not want to spare more time on this. I wish to teach you more. So please go through the text within 1 or 2 minutes So then I will share many more ideas with you. I think all of you clear this paragraph. So this is all about the Renaissance.
Excuse me, sir.
Now, yes.
So what is pan-European Renaissance, sir?
So that is given in the. So in the line I have given in the line, each line I have given. Could you please mark it? First paragraph or second paragraph?
Second sentence. First paragraph,
Second
second
sentence.
line, second sentence.
First paragraph, second
The
sentence.
English Renaissance is different from the Italian Renaissance in several ways. The dominant art forms of the English Renaissance were literature and music, I have already told. Visual arts in the English Renaissance are much less significant than in the Italian Renaissance. The English period began far later than the Italian, which was moving into the mannerism and the baroque of the 1550s or earlier. Here it is not. So in the first paragraph, the English Renaissance was a cultural and artistic movement in England from the early 16th and the latter early 17th century. It is associated with the pan-European Renaissance that is usually regarded as the beginning in Italy in the late. So pan-European Renaissance is similar to the Renaissance, which is equivalent to the Italian time. The development of literature, art and music is similar in the time of Italian time. That is why it is compared. So dear students, now you come to your syllabus, we have to read about John Milton. So John Milton is a Renaissance poet, right? So who is John Milton? Let us learn about few lines about his life. John Milton was born in 1608 and died in 1674. Please note it down. 1608 and 1674. How many years? He was an English poet and intellectual, British poet, and he was an intellectual poet. His 1667 epic poem Paradise Lost, written in blank verse and including over 10 chapters. So he is very much popular for his epic poems. He is very much popular. His epic poem Paradise Lost is famous for his Paradise Lost. You have read Paradise Lost, you know. So in Paradise Lost, there are two civilizations start. Right? So written in a time immense religious flux and political upheaval. He has written this book, Paradise Lost, at the time of very religious time and the political time. It addressed the fall of the man, including the temptation of Adam and Eve, I told, by the fallen of angels, Satan, and God's expulsion for them from the Garden of Eden. So there is a Garden of Eden, there is an apple tree, orchard, you know, there is an apple tree. Adam and Eve, there are only two characters. So they ate the apple, and from that time, so from their union, Adam and Eve, the human civilization started. That he has written in that book, Paradise Lost. He also served as a civil servant for the Commonwealth England and under its council of state and later under Oliver Cromwell. Milton achieved fame and recognition during his lifetime. He is celebrated Aro Pagatica, that he has written in 1644, written in condemnation of pre-publication censorship. Is among history most influential and impartial defense of freedom. Milton is described the greatest English author by biographer William Henley. William Henley, the biographer, told that he is the greatest author and he is regarded as one of the prominent writers in the English language. Henley told that Milton is the greatest writer of the British literature, right? So the critical reception has oscillated in the centuries since his death. After account, Samuel Johnson praised Paradise Lost. Samuel Johnson is a great poet and is a critic. He also praised the Paradise Lost. So Milton is popularly known as for his book, for his epic Paradise Lost. In India, we have two epics. One is the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana. And he is also popularly known as. So now I will give you, so in your syllabus that is given Milton the Life. Now I will give you a brief details in your about the John Milton. Now you please go through it within 2 minutes through the note. John Milton. Please go very fast.
So I can't hear anything.
I am not speaking. I have shared a notes to you. Please go through the notes. Then I will interact with you. Right? Did you go through the notes?
Yes, I'm going through it.
Now you have not got the notes. Yes, I told you that. So now you come to his works. How Milton, what are the works Milton has written? So now you get, these are the works Milton has wrote. Please go through this. Milton is the author of poetry and drama. In 1629, he wrote on the morning of Christ's nativity, that is in our syllabus, on Shakespeare, on arriving at the age of 23, El Allegro, that is in our syllabus, second Penseroso, that is in our syllabus, a masque presented at Ludlow Castle, 1634, commonly known as Comus, a masque, Lycidas, that is in your syllabus, poems of Mr. John Milton, both English and Latin. When I consider how my light is spent, commonly referred to as on his blindness, this is in our syllabus. This is sonnet 19. That is in our syllabus. That is the serial number of sonnet. This is a sonnet 19. On the late massacre in Piedmont, Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained, Samson Agnestes, poem and see often several occasions, arcades, a mass, like this. On his deceased wife, the Nightingale on the reaching age of 24. These are the works, important works of poetry and drama of John Milton. So John Milton is not only a poet and dramatist, but also a prose writer. So he has written many prose pieces, namely of Reformation, of prelatrical episcopacy, Armenian adversions, the reason of church government urge against prelatory, apology for Smetnos, then judgment of Martin Bucer. So like this, he has written many more prose pieces. So how do you explain this? John Milton is not only a poet but also a dramatist as well as prose piece writer. He belongs to the age of late Renaissance period. He is a writer of Puritanism. John Milton is a writer of Puritanism. So you can write one sentence there. John Milton is a writer of the Puritanism. Because most of the writings are connected with religious connected themes, right? So then you see key features of his poetry, merits and demerits. So Milton's, so then you write down some points I will dictate. John Milton, please note it down, is the second great poet of England. For his sublimity quality, sublimity, sublimity quality. Then second, Milton's poetry is his profound love of beauty in various forms. Third, majesty is the quality, majesty. Majesty is the quality that Milton imparted to English poetry. Imparted to English poetry.
Sir, Milton's poetry is his profound love of beauty then?
You are so bad. Milton's profound love beauty in various forms. Next, majesty is the quality. Majesty, majesty. Majesty is the quality that Milton imparted to English poetry. Next point. Milton is a serious poet. Milton is a serious poet that he expressed in a moral tone.
Expressed in a
Moral tone, moraltone. Next.
So may I ask something?
Milton's poetry is highly Milton's poetry is intensely autobiographical. Next, he is being a religious poet. Being a religious poet, he focuses on bit one, the choice of religious subjects. The choice of religious subjects. Bit two, the sense of responsibility and moral exaltation. The sense of responsibility and moral exaltation. EXALTATION. Exaltation.
Sense of responsibility and moral.
Exaltation. EXALTATION. Then Milton employed.
So next point.
Milton employed a rhymed verse for his early poems.
So Milton implied
A rhyme verse, RHYMED. Rhymed verse means last two lines sounds are matching. Sun, burn, like this. Rhymed verse for his early poems. In his early poems. But in the later poems, he used blank verse, BLANK hyphen verse. And Christian. Milton shows himself to be a Christian humanist. Someone steeped in classical learning, yet at heart a man devoted to Christ teaching, albeit in Milton's case of somewhat unorthodox interpretation. In both pagan and Christian thinking, there is a strong emphasis on the superiority of the soul over the body. So, and it is this insight that pervades Milton's poem. The child's body may have perished, the child may die, perished means die, but his soul lives on. So anyone who dies, physically he is decayed, but his soul is there. That also we believe in Hindu religion. And that is why we follow the ceremonies, that is a funeral ceremony we do every works after the death of a person. So, and for Milton, the Christian humanity, that is what the matters most. The Milton believes that if a child death, the body may perish, but the soul will not perish. Soul, the Atma will not die. Only the physical body part will die. So in this poem, he discussed in this way. So now you come to, there is another poem that I will share. Please just wait. I will go one by one. Very quickly, I have to go to it. Just a second. So, this is another of his poem. So you just see it. This is a poem. This is a long poem from at a vacation exercise. Hell native language, that by sinews weak, didst move my fast endeavoring tongue to speak, and mayst imperfect words which childish trips, half unpronounced slide through my infant lips, driving dumb silence from the portal door where he had mutely sat 2 years before. So like this is a long poem. You have to go through this poem very carefully. You have to go through this poem. So in all his poem, so here in this poem from at a vacation exercise, so vacation means you say that leisure time. So in the leisure time, what is the last line of the poet? Last line, are held with his melodious harmony in willing chance and sweet capacity. So this is a very information, the religious, philosophical ideas the poet has exposed through this poem and told that how in the vacation, how a person or the human beings, they spend their time and they exercise their mind, body and all the things. So in this poem, he has elaborated. So if you go to the next one is the, when I consider how my light is spent, this is very important poem. This one make most of time comes in the exam. So I will focus on this. When I consider, this is the sonnet number 19. Definitely this will come in the exam. This poem will come in the exam because this is a very important poem of John Milton. When I consider how my light is spent. So this poem most of time comes in the exam. This is a very important poem. When I consider how my light is over, when I consider how my light is spent. So the title is On His Blindness. You can say this is the title. This is a sonnet number 19. The two sonnets are there, sonnets 19 and sonnets 23. This is sonnet 19. You can note it down. This is sonnet 19. The alternate title is On His Blindness. So you know that Milton became blind at the middle age. Around 29 years old, he became blind. So when he became blind, he wrote this poem. So this is the when I consider how my light is spent. Light means I could not see. Physically, John Milton became blind. This is true. Milton became blind. This is true. But after the blindness, he did not stop writing poetry. He continued to write the poetry. So clear. So sonnets 19, more commonly known as When I Consider How My Light is Spent, is a poem. This is English poet. How many lines it is written? Could you please count it? How many lines it is? Tell me.
Sir, 14 lines.
14 lines. So if a poem is composed of 14 lines, what do you call it?
Sonnet.
Sonnet.
Sonnet. Could you please find out the rhyme scheme of the poem?
Yes, sir, second and third line are equal. Wide height.
First line is suppose spent. You symbolize. You just mark it. Open your copy, then you can write down spent. Suppose this is spent. You symbol it A, small a.
Yeah, ABBA.
A, B, B, A. Right? So first sound spent, spent match with bent. Wide match with height. Talebo A, B, B, A. First full line. So next, B,
C, C, B.
B, C, केमती हाइट चाइल्ड सेम तो आसुची B A C B need base state like this. Okay, you will find out the rhyme scheme of the poem. So this is a sonnet. This poem is a sonnet. I have written the answer. I will share the answer. This answer you will write in the exam. You will get full marks. This is my own answer. Just to check, this answer you have to write in the exam. In this way, you will write the exam. Here, just to mark it how I have written the answer. This is, you will get full marks. Composed by John Milton. Yes?
Sir, sir, someone is talking about assignments, and the last date of submitting assignment is 31st March.
Okay, let me speak. Let me speak in this class. We are alerted only to take the classes. We have no other information regarding our official matters. Dear students, please, if you have any issue, any question, you may contact with your office, nearest office, or you say the study center or the RC Regional Center, Bhubaneswar. We have no idea regarding this. Only we have the idea we are assigned to take 8 classes and just give some information to the students or make them acquaint with the syllabus. But it is not possible. This poem, Honest Blindness, when I was a student, the teacher taught this poem 1 hour. Only one poem, 1 hour. But here, we have to teach 7 to 8 poems in 1 hour. Just we are going, we are brushing up. So, dear students, I have no information regarding your official matters. Please don't raise this type of questions in this classroom. Am I sure?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
No information to me. Only class. Okay. So now you check how I have written this answer. This answer you have to write. So composed by John Milton on his blindness is considered as a spiritual autobiography of the blind Protestant poet of Renaissance. How I have written. In this line, everything is given. John Milton? He is a blind person. He is a Protestant, and he belongs to Renaissance. And this poem is a spiritual autobiography. Following a deep controversy in mind, the visionary poet soon restores the peace of mind by way of a complete self-surrender to the will of God. So when the poet became blind, so now the poet surrenders to the God that I have lost my eyesight. Can I write the poetry or not? So he believes that God is the supreme, but I have lost my visionary power, vision power. The historians of literature consider Milton as a typical product of Renaissance, both from the point of view of the treatment of his poetic experience or subject matter and his handling of the sonnet form. I told that this poem is a sonnet. This poem is written in a sonnet form. As a Protestant Puritan poet, I have already told that Milton is a Puritan poet. He believes in a religion. He is a moral poet. He protests to the unethical works. He virtually stands for the spirit of the Reformation movement of the time. He sincerely feels that God exists in reality and exists as the supreme taskmaster to whom man can dispose of only the attribute of faith, no doubt. So, John Milton believes that there is the existence of the God. And we should believe there is a God, and there is really God is the supreme master, and he attributes, the human beings should have the qualities of faith and no doubt. It means, in spite of all misfortune or suffering in life, man must not try to deviate from his faith in God. That alone is the remedy to the ills of life. So, dear students, remember that there may be misfortune that come in your life, maybe some tragedy come to your life, maybe some difficulties come into life, but don't forget the God. Don't say that God has brought me difficulties. I will not listen. I will not pray to God. I do not know who his God is. The Milton says that misfortune is a part of life that will come, but still then there is the existence of the God. You have to believe in God. Because I became blind, this is my misfortune. But that does not mean that I will not trust on God. So when he became blind, after that he wrote this poem. So generally, if a person becomes blind, he will become reactive, right? So any question? Someone raise their hands. Okay. The poet is equally a great craftsman in making the sonnet form more free, elastic, and flexible. If the Elizabethan poets like Watt, Shore, and Shakespeare only project the theme of romantic love or friendship in their sonnets, Milton comes to project the deep personal suffering of life in a highly autobiographical manner, accompanied by a spirit of self-control. So now in this line I compare the earlier poets, Shakespeare, Donne, etc. In their sonnet, they focused on only love theme. But here, the Milton focused on the spiritual theme, the belief in God, and believe in the strong supporter of the God. That is the point. So that is why it is a comparison I have given. Besides this, he makes a more use of octave and sestet. What is octave and sestet? If a sonnet consists of 14 lines, so first 8 line is called octave, next 6 line is called sestet. That is octave and sestet, right? First 8 line octave, next 6 lines sestet, for the first time in English poetry. The scholar poet feels betrayed by God. Why the poet is betrayed by God? Because he became blind. He was writing poetry, very good poetry, but unfortunately he became blind. Naturally, he became a blind poet. And after that, he became disappointed. That's why he wrote the poet. That God has taken my eyesight. God has taken my visual sight, like this. He just cannot understand how the Almighty Father represent to God, has deprived him of his eyesight even before he completes half of his life. So I am in the middle age. The God has taken my eyesight. He feels lust when he realizes that the instant kindness would not allow him to use his talent as a poet. He protests if God, like a hard taskmaster, expects him to complete his duty like other people in the world who have normally and naturally eyesight. Should he be compared with other human laborers? This is a question he created. The human question is from a strictly Christian point of view, followed by a reply given by the poets of patience or conscience. In a personified form, patience explains that God, the ever merciful maker of creation, neither expects man to do hard labor, nor offer the gifts endowed by himself to man. The loving Father that man or devotee should ungrudgingly bear the burdens of miseries imposed by him. Dear students, when you write a poetry long question, at least you quote some line from the text so that the examiner will understand that this student has read the poem very carefully. At least 3 to 4 lines you have to extract, you have to take it from the text and write it. Just like I have written 3 lines. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. Any poem you write minimum 3 to 4 lines you have to quote it. So that the examiner will understand that you have gone through the text very carefully and he will award you good marks. So the poet concludes, when thousands of God's messengers keep on doing their duty around the universe each moment, then why not he would resolve to serve him? So why the him is written in capital letter H? Because you know that God is supreme. When you write God, G capital. When you write him for God, H is capital. Otherwise, nowhere in the middle of the sentence, you have no right to write a capital letter. This is not a mistake. Knowingly I have written because God is omnipresent, God is a single. That is God, G capital, him capital, H capital. By way of only standing and waiting. So being blind, he can serve him only in prayer. So Milton became blind at the middle age and he showed his prayer. Then Milton has laboriously made use of Petrarch and sonnet form, the octave continuing till the middle of the 8th line. Octave continue up to 8th line and the next list line is the sextet, after which the sextet begin. So while the language of the poem is very grave, high sounding, dramatic, and highly serious, the philosophical image like my joke make the meaning of the poem clear. The personification of patience adds beauty to the sextet. So in this way, you have to approach your answer. Just you check how small I have written. But if you write in this manner, the answer, particularly this way, you will get full marks. And maximum marks you will expect. Maximum marks. So otherwise you won't get more marks on this. Then you come to, I will discuss about the sonnet 23. I just give a 30-second break in this time. Please spare me the attendance. Please take the snap. Okay, so I got the attendance sheet. Now you come to the sonnet 23. Sonnet 19 is on his blindness. Now you come to sonnet 23. I have already shared the material to you. Now you check it, sonnet 23. What is about sonnet 23? So sonnet 23 by John Milton depicts the speaker's vision of his deceased wife. Deceased wife means dead wife. His wife is dead, and on his way up, he wrote this poem. And his dreams of seeing her again, full sight restored in heaven. So this poem is also a sonnet, octave and sextet, 8 line and 6 line. The first octave of sonnet 23 contains the speaker's description of his vision. He saw his wife in all her beauty. This did not scare him. Instead, it brought him pleasure and reminded him of Alcestis from Greek mythology. This is a reference. His wife appeared pure, covered in a veil after the death covered, yet shining in all her normal beauty and grace. At the end of the poem, the speaker notes that he plans on seeing her face with his full sight. Once he joins her in heaven, the poem concludes with the speaker trying to embrace his wife and waking up from his dream back into the world of darkness, which is impossible. The wife is dead. So first 8 part, he describes about his wife's body. Second part, he expects the wife will come up. And so this sonnet is particularly the vision, the idea, or the full sight restored of the poet about the death of his wife. So what is the theme? In Sonnet 23, Milton explores the theme of afterlife, loss, and reality. So when someone dies, afterlife, what happens? When someone loses her, when we are losing somebody else, what is our reaction? So what is reality? So once you are born means you have to die. So these are the three themes that is reflected in this poem. The first and the last of these come together in the poem to allow the speaker to see his wife as she is now. She is residing in heaven because she is a pure heart. Someone is dead. If she has done good work, in Hindu mythology, you believe she will go to heaven. If somebody has done bad work, he will go to the hell. So purified of any of the sins she might have had to earn. This is especially poignant for the speaker since she died in childbirth. It is clear throughout Sonnet 23 that this woman's loss has had a powerful impact on the speaker. When she disappears at the end of the poem, he describes being thrust back into the darkness. That is, the speaker alludes, compares. His primary state of being, it might be that only in dreams, in an altered state of reality, that he is able to find momentary happiness. So this poem is written after the death of his wife. But before poem is written, when he became blind, he wrote the poem. So now you come to the structure and form of this poem. Sonnet 23 by John Milton is a traditional Petrarchan sonnet. Petrarchan means Petrarch is a name of a poet in Italy. He was writing sonnet. That follows a rhyme scheme. What is the rhyme scheme of the poem? A, B, B, A, B, B, A, C, D, C, D, C, D. Like this. So first 8 are octave, next 6 are sextet. A, B, B, A, B, B, A, C, D, C, D, C, D. First 8 are octave, next 6 are sextet. The poem is divided into one set of 8 lines known as an octave and one set of 6 lines known as a sextet. The first 8 lines can also be divided into 2 sets of 4 lines known as quatrain. First 8 line, first quatrain, next 4 line, second quatrain. So Milton also makes use of another feature of Petrarchan sonnet, iambic pentameter. This you can ignore, not necessary. This refers to the metrical pattern, not more necessary. Now you come to literary device. Milton makes use of several literary devices in Sonnet 23. These include, but are not limited to, enjambment. Enjambment means here, first line theme comes to next line. Continuous. One theme is continued. That is called enjambment. Caesura means suddenly stop. Alliteration means repetition of the consonant sounds in the poem. So these are the things. So these are the 3 things that you can say. Enjambment is another common device, appears in the poet chords of line before it comes to natural stopping point. For example, the transition from first line to next line. Caesura is another formal device. It is connected with the pauses. Pause means stop. Like this. So then I have given the clear description of line by line. First lines 1 to 4, text given in bold letter, big size, then small size that is given about their description. So first 4 lines, methought I saw my late espoused saint, brought to me like Alcestis from the grave, whom Job's great son to her glad husband gave, rescued from death by force, though pale and faint. This is the first 4 lines, opening lines of the poem. So in the first lines of Sonnet 23, the speaker begins with the line for which the poet laterally becomes known. He notes that he thought that he saw his late espoused saint. This slightly archaic language, archaic means old language the poet uses, refers to the speaker's recently deceased wife, and the wife is dead right now. This experience is far from terrifying. Obviously, when someone's wife is dead, he will be afraid of. In fact, the speaker rejoices over her presence. He shows his pleasure in the following lines by comparing her to a series of mythological figures. He compares. The first of this is Alcestis. He uses a simile means a comparison, to bring in this character, a woman who died for her husband, Job or Zeus. She was later brought back from the underworld by Hercules, one of Job's sons. So this is a mythological relationship. The last line of this quatrain provides the reader with some wonderful imagery many pictures. That helps one understand what it was like to see this vision. Alcestis, like his wife, was pale and faint when he returned. This is a clever way of describing how ghost-like her appearance was. So like this, I have given lines 5 to 8. You will read your lines. Then the explanation is given. Then line 9 to 14, the explanation is given. Right? So this is the way you will read it yourself. Then another poem I wanted to share with you on the morning of Christ's nativity. So let me share this poem on the morning of Christ's nativity. This is also very interesting poem. Just a minute. Right. So I shared with you another poem. So now you check. So what is the title of the poem? The poem title is On the Morning of Christ's Nativity. On the morning of Christ's nativity. Who is Christ? Jesus Christ. Nativity is birthplace. That is the name of the place on the morning of nativity. That is the birthplace of Jesus Christ. So on the morning of Christ's nativity is a nativity ode written. Ode means addressing poem. Ode means addressing poem. In the sonnet, a 14-line poem. Ode means addressing poem written by John Milton in 1629 and published in his poems of Mr. John Milton. The poem describes Christ's incarnation and his overthrow of earthly pagan power. The poem also connects the incarnation with Christ's crucifixion. So this poem is connected with Jesus Christ's crucifixion. You know in the history how the Jesus Christ was crucified. So this is a poem about Jesus Christ's crucifixion. Okay, now you come to Unit 5, Block 5. In the Block 5, first let us check the PDF that I've given, the classical movement. Have you got it? Yesterday I sent it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So the neoclassical poets, Dryden and Pope. So before you go to Dryden and Pope, you try to understand what is the neoclassical movement, classical movement and neoclassical movement, and what are their features and characteristics. This is the historical background. This is the historical background of this age, Dryden and Pope. So now you check the classical movement. The period in which this movement flourished is known by at least 3 titles. One title is the classical age, with reference to the standards it preached. The Augustan age, because it resembled that the Emperor Augustus in the splendor of its literature. Dr. Johnson also said that Dryden did for English letters with Augustus did for city of Rome. Augustus is a great king who has done great thing for the Rome. Similarly, John Dryden has contributed a lot of things for poetry. So found brick and left marble, and the age of reason and good of sense. So this classical age is known as the age of reason, age of Augustus, age of classical Augustan, and age of reason. So now you come to factors responsible for the changed outlook. The second point is the factors that is responsible for changed outlook. Okay. So about the middle of the 17th century, a change came over the English poetic temperament. So the metaphysical were had exhausted itself. So who are the metaphysical poets? John Donne, George Herbert, Andrew Marvell. They're the metaphysical poets. We have already learned. And had left literary standards and values confused. Ben Jonson, with prophetic vision, had seen this danger used also shown as a way out. So while the other Elizabethans were drawing their inspiration from the matter of the Greek and Latin classics made available to them by the Renaissance. So like this, you move this point I will read at your home. Then now you come to the next, the precursors. The next point you come to the precursors, Edmund Waller and Sir John Denham were the pioneers of the new movement. And they led the reaction against metaphysical excessive by writing charming verse of the classical period. So these two poets fought against the metaphysical poetry. So our study required the next point, characteristics of the new school. That is our study, that is called the neoclassical poets. That is about our block 5. So block 5 is about the neoclassical poets. And who are the neoclassical poets? John Dryden and Alexander Pope. These are the two great neoclassical poets. So we have to discuss the features of the neoclassical poets. So I have given how many points? A, B, C, so many points up to E. I have given to you. So these are the features of the neoclassical. This question will come. What are the features of the neoclassical age? Who are the great poets of this period? John Dryden and Alexander Pope are the great poets of the neoclassical. What are the features? Let us come to the characteristics of the new school. Number 1 characteristic, respect for rules. So this period always based on rules. Means the literary transition from Renaissance to the Restoration. Transition means change. Renaissance period to Restoration period is nothing more or less than the progressive movement of the spirit of liberty at one fanciful, brilliant and adventurous towards a rule and a discipline both in inspiration and in form. So you have to write, these rule and discipline were accepted and practiced with enthusiasm by the new school, that is classical convention governed by every variety of verse, drama, epic, satire, ode, and pastoral, nothing. Drama, you know, which is enacted on the stage. Epic, a long narrative poem, just like the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Satire, a criticizing poems. Or ode, addressing poems. Pastoral means based on the grasslands, sheep, shepherd, rural area. So nothing that violated the law of his particular kind was good. So perfect form was ideal, the substance was minor importance. So first point you will write, respect for rules. What is the second point? Intellectual quality. In this period, the poets are very much sound in intellectual. They are knowledgeous. How they have proved their intellectual? Second point, the leading writers of the period shrank from all extravagance and emotionalism. They were governed by a spirit of reason. They always find what is the reason. But before poets, they find about emotion. So because John Donne is a love poet, he writes about emotion and feelings. But in this period, the poet is not emotional. They are based on the reason. They find out why like this, why this is possible. Reason, find out the reason. And good sense and aware. Above all things, correct. Their poetry was bred more in the head than in the heart. So head means intellect, heart means emotion. So the metaphysical poets based on heart because they are the love poet. Your love comes from your heart, but your knowledge comes from your mind. So mind stands for intellect, knowledge. Heart stands for emotion, imagination. I think all of you understood these 2 points, intellectual quality.
Yes, sir.
Am I right? Okay. So head then in the heart. And was addressed to the intellect, not to the feelings. We are addressing to the intellectual minds, not the feelings. Though Dryden and Pope, the masters of the school. So who are the great pioneer poets of this period? John Dryden and Alexander Pope. They are the great poets of the reason. They are not emotional poets, not sentimental poets, not imaginary poets. They are the poets of the mind rather than to the heart. often wrote on matters that aroused deep emotions. They never burst through the bonds of their form. The drama of the day dealt with high passions, but with a chilly classicism that gave it no appeal to latter generations. So this is all about the second point, second paragraph you study at your home. That is the paragraph about witty and knowledge. So our intellectual quality is witty and knowledgeous. So the classical mode does not attract the modern readers, and what keeps the work of these writers alive in the quality in which they themselves delighted, that is witty, wit one knowledge. They had a gift for pregnant and memorable phrase, descriptive, philosophical, malicious, critical, or even pathetic. Pope is more often quoted than any other English poet, but Shakespeare and many of his sayings are so familiar that we never think of the authorship. So Alexander Pope and William Shakespeare, they're the two poets whose quotations are maximum you found in the Oxford quotation books. Maximum you will get, because Alexander Pope sayings, he said the words based on witty, knowledge, intellectual, reason. So like this. So now you come to third point. First point is respect for rules. Second point is intellectual quality. Third point is insistence on a set poetic style. So these poets are based on the set of poetic style. What are these? The preoccupation with form encouraged an artificial style. The vocabulary must be neither colloquial. Colloquial means conversational. So day-to-day life interaction. Not technical. It had to be selected from that what Dr. Johnson called a system of words at once refined from the grossness of domestic use and free from the harshness of terms appropriated to particular arts. So every day, turns of speech were unacceptable, and so were expressions. The result was that in the work of all but the greater masters, the language tended to be sterling and standardized. This is the third point. If the question will come, what are the features of the neoclassical? This is a theoretical question. Each point you have to focus. So what is the fourth point? Fourth point is emergence of the heroic couplet. So this is a style of writing of poetry. So in this type of style, what happened? Two lines rhyme with each other. Couplet. Couple, couplet. Heroic. So the two lines, the rhyming is same. Turn, burn. Rain, fan. Like this. Or you say rule, fool, la. Like this. The sound, two sounds are matching. So as we have already seen, the best medium for realizing the poetic ideals of the time proved through the heroic couplet. This is a technique. This is a style of writing a poetry. This heroic couplet is used by John Dryden and Alexander Pope. So it was suitable for drama, epic. Epic means a long narrative poem, and satire. Satire means criticizing poem. The three most widely practiced literary forms of the age. It had rules of its own, initiated by Waller and Denham and systematized by Dryden and Pope. It not only ousted lyrical measures for the time being, but even disposed the sway of blank verse for dramatic purposes. Precise and unimpulsive, it came to seem the natural expression of the intellectual mood of the age. So this is the third emergency of the heroic couplet. Then number 5, treatment of town life. So treatment of there is a two types of rural life, urban life. Rural life is known as country life. Country does not mean India. Country, C-O-U-N-T-R-Y, same spelling. Country means rural life. So country life, when you describe about a country, village area, rural area, you describe about the lifestyle, the circumstance, environment, everything. When you describe about the urban life, the treatment of the urban life, township life is busy life, you know, very commercialized life, and very specific and very particular. People are engaged with their jobs. Nobody has stand and stare to watch everything. They are busy in their work. So these poets focused on the township life, urban life, not on the rural life. So let us see, London was a magnet for writers, each of whom hoped to find a patron to help him with money and influence in his career. So you know that those are staying in a city, urban life, they need, each moment they need the money. Money is the only substitute that to run their life. Without money, you cannot run your life in a city. The coffee house or the place where men of different professions, including authors usually met to discuss the topics of the day. So at one time, there were no fewer than 3,000 coffee houses in London, each with a flourishing trade. They sought to establish contact not only between author and reader, but between author and author. So sometimes to the lasting benefit of mankind, Dryden and Pope, for example, first met a coffee house. All this had its influence on literature. So they met at a coffee house, and what they observed, what they perceived, that influenced into their literary career, which came to draw many of its subjects from town life rather than nature and the countryside. Countryside means rural side. Satire came to practice. Satire means criticizing. Satire is a term in which you criticize either a person or a group or a community. Why do you criticize? To correct them. If someone is doing mistake, you find fault of somebody or some group, some community, you criticize them. Why do you criticize? To make them correct, to come to them limelight. So satire came to practice more and more as London. So John Dryden and Alexander Pope are the two great satirist poets. So life and current fashions and controversies offered it almost unlimited scope. Classical and French satirical masterpieces supplied the necessary model. So this is the historical background of this age. So the question will come, what are the qualities? Unless and until you know the features, the background of this age, how can you study about the poets? So what are the qualities that you learn? Number one, respect for rule. Number two, intellectual quality. Number three, insistence on a set of poetic style. Number four, emergence of the heroic couplet. Number five, treatment of lifestyle. So these are the basic characteristics of this age. So now, dear students, please come to our two poets. One is the John Dryden, another is the Alexander Pope. So I have given a notes to you as you suggested. That's our share me the notes beforehand so that it will be easy to follow you off. That is why I have said in the evening yesterday. So now, so this is the pseudo-classical and neo-classical age in the first I have written. So in your syllabus, neo-classical poets, Dryden and Pope. So that is called neo-classical age, or that is called pseudo-classical age. So this age started from 1700 and it continues up to 1798. Who are the two prominent poets? John Dryden and Alexander Pope. So now let us discuss first John Dryden. Who is John Dryden and what are his qualities and which poems are included in our syllabus? So now you come to John Dryden. John Dryden was born in 1631 and died in 1700. Right? So during this period, this is the classical period. He belongs to the classical period. Then the neoclassical period came. So neoclassical period came after 1700 to 1798. So classical period is just that before time. So this poet, just imagine, this is a classical poet. Who? John Dryden. So if you look at Alexander Pope, in which year he was born? I have given. Anyone can tell me? What is the
1631.
Alexander Pope? 1682, 1744. Please note 1680 to 1744. So 1688 to 1744, that is Alexander Pope, and before that John Dryden came. John Dryden period is 1631 to 1700.
1700.
Yes. So who came earlier? Dryden or Pope?
Dryden.
Dryden. Very good. Very good. These things
Sir,
you have to
Dryden
clear.
is-
John Dryden.
No, sir. It's time 1600.
31 to 1700.
Right.
So John Dryden came. I have given in my notes. Please open it. In block 4, I have given block 5. I have given it. Please open it so that you can find it there. So I have written John Dryden within brackets 1631 to 1700. All of you follow me or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was an English poet, literary critic, translator, and playwright who in 1668 was appointed England's first poet laureate. So this is about John Dryden. Who is John Dryden? You write, John Dryden was an English poet, literary critic, he was translator, playwright. Playwright means dramatist. Who in 1688 he was appointed the poet laureate of England first time. So he was appointed as the first poet laureate of England in 1668. He is seen as dominating literary life of Restoration England to such a point that the period came to be known as literary. The Romantic age came. That is, Romanticist writer Sir Walter Scott called him Glorious John. So after Dryden, Walter Scott came. He was a historical poet. He told to Dryden that Dryden is a glorious John. John Dryden, that is a glorious John. Then what is the poetic style of John Dryden? What Dryden achieved in his poetry was neither emotional excitement of the early 19th century romantics, nor the intellectual complexity of the metaphysics. His subject matters was often factual. Underline this, factual. So all poetries were factual. This is highlighted.
Their voice is not audible.
And he aimed at
Hello?
expressing his thoughts in the most precise and concentrated manner. Whenever he
Your voice is
explained the
breaking, sir.
poetry, he explained the poetry in a precise manner and concentrated manner. 3 words are highlighted: factual, precise, and concentrated manner. Why? I am speaking so loudly. Audible? Hello?
Sir, it may be a
Am I
glitch.
audible? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, there may be network issues. Maybe. Hello? But I am speaking very loudly. It may
Yes,
be
sir.
the problem of the
Audible, sir.
network. Can you please share me the attendance? Can you please share me the attendance? Audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Within 20 seconds, please share me the attendance sheet.
Audible, sir.
Maybe the network issue, that is why this problem arises. Today I am facing problem, but okay, I think you share the attendance. Yes, I think you have shared. I have not checked, but okay, let us see. So his poetry is full of factual, precise, concentrated manner. Although he uses what is the style? Heroic couplet. I have highlighted these words. What is the style of John Dryden? John Dryden's poetry is full of factual, precise, concentrated manner, heroic couplet, like this. So in this paragraph, you highlighted these points and you go through this point. So now you come to the poem Mac Flecknoe. Mac Flecknoe is one of the poem of John Dryden. So that is Mac Flecknoe. So you see, the full title is Mac Flecknoe, or a satire upon the true blue Protestant poet, T.S. is a verse, mock, heroic satire. So this is a verse. Verse means poem. Mock, mockery, heroic, the qualities of heroes. Satire, criticize. So this Mac Flecknoe is a poem of mock, heroic satire, written by John Dryden. Whatever poem it is a poem of mock, heroic satire. Satire means criticize. If when you criticize someone else, when you criticize a community, when you criticize a group of people, why? To find the fault and you criticize. Why you are criticizing? Now, your object is not to insult them, not to harass them, rather to make them correct, to make them rectify. That is the purpose of this satire. Heroic, the qualities of heroes, adventurous, great, like this. Mock, mockery, funny manner. So it is a direct attack on Thomas Sadwell. So here John Dryden attacked to Thomas Sadwell, another prominent poet of the time. It opens with the line. So this poem, Mac Flecknoe, opens with these two lines. You may quote in your long question these two lines. What is the two lines? All human things are subject to decay, and when fate summons, monarchs must obey. So this is a very powerful line that you can understand. How Mac Flecknoe is open. John Dryden opens with the poem. All human things are subject to decay. So anything in the world are subject to die, death, destroy, anything. Suppose you purchase a new car today, after 20 years, this car will come to rust. Someone is born, someone has to die. So anything, either mortal or immortal, or you say that, living or non-living, one day it will die, it will destroy, decay means destroy. So all the human things are subject to decay. All the things will decay means destroy. And when fate summons, monarchs must obey. Monarchs means the king's rule. So you know that in our society, those people, those are in power, those who are in a chair, they always feel very proud because of their monarchs. So what happens? Their time will also come. Fate, man, luck. One day their luck will also come. They will destroy. Similarly, just you see that our country is ruled by the Congress, Indian National Congress. They ruled for 50 years. So when their time is over, now the country is ruled by BJP. So I don't know how many years it will continue. So there is a rotation. So nothing will be permanent. So just I told one example of political background. Similarly, in the monarch's king's rule time, nobody is permanent. Everything is subject to die. These two lines you have to quote in your long answer. So written about 1678. This poem is written in 1678, but not published until 1682. So it is published in 1682. Mac Flecknoe is the outcome of a series of disagreements between Thomas Sadwell and Dryden. So this is the disagreement between two persons, Thomas Sadwell and the Dryden. Their quarrel blossomed from the following disagreement. Why they quarrel? So there are so many points I've given, 5 points, right? What is the first point? Now there are different estimates of the genius of Ben Jonson. So genius, Ben Jonson is a great poet. So based on the comments on Thomas Sadwell gives some opinion on Ben Jonson, Dryden gave some opinion on Ben Jonson. That is why there is a tussle between them. Second, the preference of Dryden for comedy of witty, repartee, and Sadwell, the chief disciple of Jonson, for humorous comedy. So Dryden is a comedy of witty. Witty means knowledge. But Sadwell believes in humorous comedy. Yeah, it is a comedy of witty and it is a comedy of humorous. In this ground, they are also different. Third point, A sharp disagreement over the true purpose of comedy. In this point, they also disagree. Contention about the value of rhyme plays and plagiarism. Plagiarism means here steal some ideas of the other. That is called stealing. Stealing the literary works.
Copyright, sir?
Yes?
Is it called copyright?
Now, copyright is something different. Plagiarism means just a steal. Chori kariba. You steal somebody's ideas, somebody's writings. Shadwell fancied himself heir to Ben Jonson and to the variety of comedy which the latter had commonly written. So this point you have to study. Now you come to just skip one or two paragraphs. Now you come to the summary of Matt Flecknoe. Just you come to the summary. So what is the summary? Matt Flecknoe is the first substantial mock heroic poem, and Thomas Shadwell is the hero of this epic. So in this poem, who is the hero? Thomas Shadwell is the hero. What type of poem it is? Mock heroic satire. The poem illustrates the qualities of Dryden's satire. Satire, already I have told you that, criticize someone. The fun of truth at the bottom. The skillful adjustment of the satire so as to make fault of the merits which are allowed. The magnificent force and variety of the verse and the constant maintenance of a kind of superior content, when it is like, never degenerating into mere railing or losing its superiority pretty spite. The poem opens with Richard Flecknoe's decision to abdicate the throne and to find a worthy successor. So how the poem starts? So first of all, Richard Flecknoe decides to give his throne. So in earlier time, you know that, what did the king do? So a king ruled for over some days. After that, he wanted that his son will be the next king. The son will be the next king. So transfer from one to one. Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, like this. Like this. So here, Richard Flecknoe wanted to give his throne to one of his sons. So whom he will give the throne? So Flecknoe's name has already become a synonym for a fool. So Flecknoe's name has already become a synonym for a fool. The name of his kingdom is nonsense. He said that because he is criticizing. Flecknoe's choice falls upon Shadwell. Flecknoe's choice, Shadwell get the throne for the next time because he is really criticizing, satirizing the person because he is a stupid fellow. Among his sons, Shadwell is the fittest, for he resembles him most in dull. So generally we prefer the man who is intellectual, sound mind, strong, bold, he should be the next king. But here he prefers a dull-minded person to be the king. He never deviates into sense. So Flecknoe with parental pride dwells on his son's achievement. Shadwell has a goodly fabric that fills the eye. He is the master of repetition. He is a faithful follower of bad poets like Heywood and Sully. He is the follower of the two poets. That is why I have highlighted this too. Bold this. Even Flecknoe's dons are more renowned than they is inferior to his son. He therefore concludes that his son Shadwell is the worst possible poet and thus devotees the crown of dullness. His son is a very dull one. He is a very dull poet and he will occupy this throne. So Flecknoe continues to the eulogy of Shadwell's merits by referring to his pretensions as a musician. All arguments, Flecknoe points out, lead to the conclusion that for appointed dullness, this is dullness.
Not audible.
Shadwell is made. So Flecknoe decides Thomas Shadwell to occupy the next because he is a more dull and he is criticizing to Shadwell in this manner. Dryden then described the place chosen by Flecknoe for Shadwell's throne. Quite appropriately, Flecknoe select. So in this way, the story moves on. In the next one page you just go, then you can find last. I have given line by line, means line 1 to 16, then line 7 to 63, line 64 to 127, line 128 to 210, line 211 to 217. So now you tell me, this particular poem, Max Flecknoe, is written in how many lines? 217 lines. So I have divided the lines into some segments so that you can easily understand. Flecknoe and his deliberation. This part is described in line 1 to line 6. So it is not possible line by line of the poem up to 217 if I take more and more classes. So you have to remember what is the gist of this poem and you write in the exam. So this is line 1 to 66. What is the opening first 6 lines? After enjoying for a long time the reputation of being the ruler in the realms of absolute nonsense, the monarch of the kingdom dullness, Flecknoe realized that his life must come to an end. So Flecknoe realized that his life is going to end and he will offer his throne to one of his sons. So who will occupy it? Now Thomas Sadwell will occupy the seat. So he decided. So second part is line L stands for line 7 to 63. So line 7 to 63, the selection of Sadwell. So Flecknoe.
Sir, your voice is not audible.
Sir, कटिगले.
It is not available.
This poem, okay, so it was written in the Alexander Feast or the Power of Music is an ode by John Dryden. It was written to celebrate Saint Cecilia's Day. Jeremiah Clark set in the original ode to music, but the score is now lost. The work is based on an ode in communication of Saint Cecilia's Day by English poet John Dryden. Dryden's Alexander's Feast tells a story from the life of Alexander the Great, in which the conqueror and his soldiers you have to highlight. So this is the story of this poem. What is the story? Dryden's Alexander Feast tells a story from the life of Alexander the Great, the historical ruler Alexander name you have read in the history book. In which the conqueror, his soldiers enjoyed drunken feast in celebration their victory over the king Persia. So there is a war between Greek hero Alexander and the king Persia. The war became king Persia and the Greek hero Alexander. Alexander.
Sir, your voice is not clearly ever
Alexander
audible.
won in the war.
Sir, your voice is not
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
audible, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So today there is some problem in the network. That is why I am facing problem time to time.
Yes, sir.
So what can be done? Okay, let's progress. So Alexander Feast, that I told why this story is why this poem is written. Greek hero Alexander fought against the rule of King Persia, and Alexander won the war, and then he celebrated a party that is called Alexander's feast, right? Then after I have given the summary of the poem, then I have given the background of the poem. You can read it. Then analysis of the poem, then critical appreciation of the poem, then sense of the feast, music inspiring pride, music inspiring the war memories, music evoking pity, music evoking love, music provoking furious revenge, Saint Cecilia's divine music powers, process. So in this way, I have described this second poem of Dryden. So can you read at your home and you can understand? I hope you can understand. Okay. So now you come to the age of Pope. Who is Pope?
Yes, sir.
So the age of Pope started from 1700 to 1740. Alexander Pope born in 1680 to 1744. The age of Pope is this period is called age of Pope. So was an English poet, translator, satirist of the Enlightenment era, who is considered one of the most prominent English poets of the early 18th century, an exponent of Augustan literature. Pope is best known for his satirical and discursive poetry, including The Rape of the Lock, The Dunciad, and an essay on criticism, and for his translations of Homer. So in these things you have to write in your background of the answer, this first paragraph. This paragraph you have to write down in the long question. Then, after Shakespeare, Pope is the second most quoted author in the Oxford Dictionary of Quotation. This may write or not, but first paragraph you must have to write. Some of the verse having entertained common parlance. So one line, one quotation, to err is human, to forgive is divine. This quotation came from Alexander Pope. So Alexander Pope has given maximum quotations for the English dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations. Most of the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations are from Alexander Pope and William Shakespeare. So in your course, there is a poem, An Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot. So who is Dr. Arbuthnot? He, Alexander Pope's great friend, Dr. Arbuthnot. He's a physician. He's a doctor. So once upon a time, so this doctor fell in disease. He fell in illness. And he expressed his last stage that he is going to die. So in memory of his this, he wrote this poem in 419 lines of heroic couplet. So this poem, the Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, is a poem which is written in 419 lines. So the question may arise, Dr. Arbuthnot understood, he is a friend of Alexander Pope. What is the meaning of epistle? Epistle, old meaning is writing. The meaning I have given in the next paragraph, meaning of epistle. What is the meaning of epistle? An epistle is a kind of letter in which you write, you can express your feeling to someone else. That is the meaning of epistle. Then to whom he is addressing? He is addressing to his doctor. The friend which is a doctor. So Dr. Arbuthnot is a doctor by profession, and he is now he is ill, and he is expressing his inability to live, sustain. So in that context, the great poet Alexander Pope has written a poem in memory of his friend. So this poem analysis, the poem includes character sketches of Atticus, Joseph Addison, Sporus, John Harvey. So many descriptions are given inside the poem. So then I have given a brief summary of this poem. So now you come to brief summary. The entire poem is 7 parts. Only maximum 7 part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. I have given you a brief summary of this. Pope was born in a century where there was so much confusion in the society. People were torn between the extremes of religion, society, and politics. Pope, as a poet, wrote many satires. Pope and his friends were fondly named as scriblarians. What is the meaning of scriblarians? The meaning I have written, informal association of authors. Dr. Arbuthnot, Pope's friend, was hopelessly ill. Now, he is by profession, he is a doctor. That does not mean that a doctor will not suffer in ill. The doctor will not die. He wrote to Pope that he should be careful while satirizing and attacking others. Satirizing means criticizing. Pope wrote this poem as a reply to him in 1734. This poem attacks Pope's detractors and defends Pope's character and career. This poem could be divided into 7 parts. So the present poem is divided into 7 parts. I have written the meaning. First part, line 1 to 68. The summary is given. Second part starts from
line 69 to 124.
Okay, very good, very good. I wanted to know whether you are attended or not. Okay, right. So line third part.
125 to 146.
Very good, very good. You will read yourself, then you can understand. I have written in easy language. Fourth part.
147 to 260.
147 to
260. Fifth part.
261 to 304.
Sixth part.
305 to
305 to 333.
Okay. Then seventh part.
334 to 490.
So part 7 is Pope's final draft of his self-portrait, summing up the virtues he wants Arbuthnot to believe he has. So Pope says that he has never been a worshipper of a fortune. He is bold and courageous. He is very strong and courageous person. He has never flattered anyone. Flattered when he criticized anyone for selfish reason. I am not criticizing for my own interest. I criticize for the society. He attacks his enemies and critics. He claims that he has brought up well by his parents. His parents are preach-loving. They are good citizens of England. They led happy domestic life. Pope also wants to live a similar life. He concludes the poem by praying that Arbuthnot should lead a happy, peaceful, and prosperous life. This is the concluding line of this poem. Okay, any question? Any question?
No, sir.
Okay. So in this way, you will read this poem, then you can understand analysis and critical perspective I have given. So in your syllabus, Dryden and Alexander Pope, I covered the block 5. So dear students,